Okay. I do not have a whole lot of energy, but hello. How's it going, everybody? God. And now I have to blow my nose again because I am doing the stream sick because I don't have much of a choice. Okay. That is a terrible feeling. Blah. Blah, blah, blah. How's it going, Looter? I'm okay. Just tired and sick. I have been sleeping the majority of the day, and I did that the majority of yesterday, and it's not great, and it's not enough. That your sinuses have been fucked up? Ugh. He's had all sorts of clogged up. That's how I feel. Also, we have a hype trade that just finished, so thank you all very much for that. Let me, Let me scroll down and get us caught up real quick. Katini, thank you for subscribing with the Bezos Bucks. Fennikagami, thank you very much for resubscribing. Waffle Apocalypse, thank you very much for the 245 bits. I'm glad that you are excited for Splatoon 3. Axolotls with cream, thank you very much for the 100 bits. Slack Jacket, thank you for the follow. Axolotls again, thank you for the 100 bits. Barave the GM, thank you very much for the 100 bits. Axolotls, thank you once more for the 45 bits. Ravalern, thank you for the incredibly generous 5 gifted subs. Red Joker, thank you for the 101 bits. Marave, the 100. Leon Sable for 500. Marave again for 45. Felicia Angel for 100. Marave, thank you for gifting out a tier 1 sub. Terralyn, thank you for resubscribing with Prime. I will not be saying that. Ninja Kawasataki, thank you very much for redeeming your points for an... You fucking DGem. And Lunar Alice, thank you for the resubscription. Bit late for the hype train, but let me resub with the Bezos Bucks. Yeah. Should also be noted, it's September, so anybody who is not subbed and wishes to sub right now, subs are actually cheaper than normal for those who wish to. Okay. Ugh. Blah. Blah. Cheese. Thank you very much for the follow. Flaming Unicorn Inferno says, why do I even care? Regret doesn't even exist in my vocab, so I'll just accept my new maidservant overlords. Why would you regret? Why would that happen? I don't see regret painted on anything. I see existence. Everything the light touches is not ours, only the darkness here. Said Domtober is next, right? Yes. Which means Switches get 2 holidays. You just went through all the new Bee and Puppy Cat on Netflix, and I want there to be more immediately. I've been seeing stuff about that about that show on Twitter. Today was my first day back at school, and I'm already getting in trouble and maybe kicked out of a class. You just feel done. Wait, Axolotls, what's wrong? What happened? Estara Dark Rab Black? That's a long word. I'm just gonna say Estara. Says, is it weird that I want that outfit? No. Expired Popsicle, thank you for the subscription. Solar Galax says, I believe in your immune system. Strangle that cold to death. Make it regret ever making you sick. I think it's more than a cold. What's the plans tonight? We got some topics to take care of, because this is not a stream I am doing because I wish to. This is a stream I'm doing because I'm kind of forced to. And I hate that. I prefer doing streams when I want to, but I also recognize that this is a job, and I've already had to report sick a couple of days, so... Whew. So there was something about phone addiction, and you got annoyed at the fact when people talk about it, they always seem to mock people. Ah. I was listening to my dentist, his assistant speaking while they were drilling into my mouth. And apparently there's a Lord of the Rings series now. Yeah, it's called The Rings of Power. Flaming Unicorn Inferno. Thank you for the tier 1 subscription. Regret successfully scrubbed from my existence. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Have a nice life. Oh my god. Arguing with idiots on Twitter is fun. Slack Jacket says, "Hoi, hoi, I'm so glad I finally managed to catch a stream. Sorry you feel bad, though. It's alright. We'll manage. We'll manage." Good luck, Belgard. Axolotls, just remember that while you're in school, you do have to operate under their rules to an extent. And I know that fucking blows. Said it's fun, but can also be mentally taxing, so remember to troll in moderation. True. Can catch a stream and banish to the loading circle. Did you see the video of Marjorie Taylor Greene, Marjorie Greene playing MTG? What? No? What? Just saw an insane 1-hour documentary about how NFT monkeys are high-key neo-Nazi. Wouldn't surprise me. So I know it's my fault. Well, I don't necessarily know it's your fault. Because I don't know your situation. All I can say is keep your chin up. And just remember that this is temporary. Though, also, remember that by the time you get to adulthood, things don't get much better. So getting that habit of being able to keep your chin up is very helpful. Maybe I can scrunch up parts from what I have in the past cards, but I doubt to be coherent or good. Well, Marissa, remember that, like, Commander doesn't deal with power creep in the same way as other formats do. Like, it still has power creep, but not to the extent. Blinded by the unholy light of Twitter. Yup. Speaking about that, how do you guys do Commander community matches? Literally, it's just we use spell table and cameras pointed down at our fields. Here's the MTG video. Okay. Let's take a look at this.
God. Every time I post in this forum, this guy's constantly harassing me.
What's happening?
It's this dude, MTG Slayer. Every time I'm posting anything in this forum, he's all over me. It's a Magic the Gathering forum. He's saying that I suck, he's saying that blue's the best color, he's saying that white sucks. It's just really rubbing me the wrong way.
You have to challenge him. You have to slay him.
If I don't win this game, I'm toast.
We have to train.
Yeah.
You got this. Peak performance. You're at peak performance. Mental strength. Focus. Focus. Slay.
People do get along. And people work together and you don't have this craziness, but they
Do it! Let's do this. Bring me this MTG. MTG?
Oh, they're playing. Come on. Here, got this.
I'm gonna level up my chronologist.
Alright.
The
You
fuck?
have one turn left.
If I'm going down, I'm taking her with me. A wrath of God.
Monitor.
Dude, Urza's ridiculous. This card's too OP, dude. Urza? You can't. It's like, why did they even make this guy? It's. Okay, house rules. No Urza in Commander.
You can't call a house rule because you're losing.
Good game.
He took it well.
I'm Ian Crossland. Just
Looking
kidding.
different tonight.
Oh my fucking god. The fuck? The fuck did I just watch? Nope. Nope, I'm hitting record. There's no fan art. There's nothing happening here. Cause I just finished watching it. And now you are going to have to watch it with me on YouTube. But if you're on Twitch, you're just watching it again. Because what? Okay, no. So you know how many times we've made the joke? Marjorie Taylor Greene, Magic the Gathering. Marjorie Taylor Greene is corrupting Magic the Gathering. Just.
People do get along. And people work together and you don't have this craziness, but they
Do it! Let's do this. Bring me this.
So at this part of the video, I thought this was going to be an edit. I thought this was going to be one of those things where, like, somebody cleanly edits a celebrity into something, and it makes it to where the joke is, funny, haha. This is a type of compositioning that used to be done with AMVs a lot. If you wanted to be like Sonic the Hedgehog versus Goku, you'd use quick cuts to make it seem like they're in the same scene, despite the fact that, the different art styles of the different shows definitely did not match up. But, wasn't super important. Zupotato, thank you for redeeming your points for an owl. And Rary, I'm just gonna say Rara because I'm sick. I'm sorry. Thank you for the follow. Said, yeah, I'm alive myself. I'll come back to living when this is done. I thought this was gonna be that when I saw the quick cut. And then
MTG.
Aside from the fact that, her face is right here.
MTG.
Oh, they're playing.
And then fucking Pim Tool, the Forever Beanie himself. And then I realized, oh no, this isn't going to go the way I think it is. This isn't going to be a funny haha. This isn't going to be one of those things. No, this is just going to be this. Now, said, who is Tim Pool? So Tim Pool is a person who fancies himself to be a liberal. He runs a podcast called Timcast, and he gets various people to come on and talk with him. He's had various debates as well, even ones with, like, Vosh. But here's the thing. Tim Pool's entire shtick is being a, quote, liberal, and you would know he's a liberal if you watched his content. That's the quotes that you always get when talking about Tim Pool, but he always seems to cater and soundboard for the right wing. Like, always. Like, constantly. So, that's the brief thing. I don't know if Tim Pool is necessarily a good or a bad person specifically, but I do know that he plays a bad person on his podcast through the lens of being liberal/centrist. But let's go ahead and Tim, I'm not a conservative Pool. Yeah, and like I'm perfectly fine accepting that like his personal politics may be liberal. Like his personal individual politics may be that. But we have no way of knowing that. We have no way of analyzing that. All we can do is base off of the things he does on his actual show. So maybe he's trying to build bridges to hell? Maybe. Let's continue. Y'all have to suffer the way I did.
They're playing. Come on. Here, got this. This is really great.
Y'all, this is about to make me hate Magic the Gathering. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I know it's the meme. I know it's played up for the meme. Said, but you already made us suffer. Why must we endure more? Because the last time you suffered, I wasn't hitting the record button. Here's the thing. I thought when this was going to be a more memey video, I thought it was just gonna be, oh, okay. Yeah, we'll watch it on stream, we'll have a few laughs, and then we'll continue to the actual political topics, and then... Nope. It wasn't that. I'm literally going to be titling this video, MTG plays MTG as MTG Slayer. I'm gonna try to make it the most redundant, cringe, Buffalo style-ass title that I can. Also, Can of Zombie, really? You chose, I mean, to be fair, I can't actually even blame you. I can't. You know what? Fine, you get this one. You win. Can of Zombie, thank you for redeeming your points, 50,001. Ooh. If there's any video that deserves it, I guess this one. I guess so. MTG player watches MTG Slayer, MTG play MTG. Said, damn, I just got the joke, MTG playing MTG. Yep. On the bright side, this is one of the few times we get to talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene without screaming, angry. This is one of the few times where she's not, engaging in anti-trans rhetoric or, saying Jewish space lasers burned all of California down. Unfortunately, this also ends up functioning very, very well as pro-MTG propaganda because, oh, look at her, she's so homely. And, of course, we have an armistice that has been broached by Gaia Strombeck. So for the next 60 minutes, our armistice is in play. Whee! So I'm curious what she's actually playing. Let's take a look.
I'm gonna level up my chronologist.
All right.
You have 1 turn left.
If I'm going down, I'm taking her with me. A wrath of God.
Monitor.
Oh, dude, Urza's ridiculous. This card's too OP, dude. Urza? You can't... It's like, why did they even make this guy? It's... Okay, house rules. No Urza in Commander.
You can't call a house rule because you're losing.
Good game.
he took it well.
So, I have to say, like, in terms of Magic the Gathering content, in terms of, like, college humor style videos, it's not a bad video. I hate to say it. I hate to say it. But it's true. It plays into the Marjorie Taylor Greene meme. There's another half of the video that's a training montage that's silly and stupid. And, of course, yeah, Marjorie would be the one to play Urza. Nobody likable plays Urza. Except now we have red-green Urza in Dominaria United. Turns all artifacts into Mox Emeralds. That's gonna be fun for everybody. Said, please tell me this is just a really good impersonator. No. No, that's her. That's her voice. That's her cadence. That's the way she speaks. That's the way she dresses. That's the way she styles her hair. So, yeah, no. No. And it's, again, it's Tim Pool. The full thing is on Tim's channel, specifically. Like, this is from Cast Castle, but it's affiliated with Tim Pool. That's his shtick. Tim and Marjorie Taylor Greene, at least on camera, get along just fine. Firespark says, what is Urza and why is it bad? Depends on the Urza. But if we're talking about Urza High Artificer, turning all of your... Basically, he makes it to where you get to have an infinite turn of Solitaire in Commander. That's the problem. That's the problem. That's the issue. But, yeah. So I was saying, if it's a Mimic, it's so close to believable. I said, what was the thing she leveled? Let me check real quick.
Got this. She's really great.
I'm gonna level up my chronologist.
Chronologist. I don't remember what chronologist does. Let's see here. Let's take a look. So Urza turns MTG into Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot of commanders do. Okay, Lighthouse Chronologist. Oh, yeah, no. If you level up Lighthouse Chronologist at the beginning of each end step, if it's not your turn, take an extra turn after this one. That's what he does. Marjorie Taylor Greene being an extra turns player doesn't surprise me. I mean, I know that she probably doesn't actually play the game, and it's all literally just for the meme. It's all just for the meme. And again, it's a funny episode. I'm sorry, it is. But at the same time, I don't like any actual pro Marjorie Taylor Greene propaganda. This is... Okay. Let's go ahead and play our cards on the table, which is a terrible way to say this. Mint Kuro, thank you for redeeming your points for an... Fucking degen. Firesparks, would you play Marjorie in a game of Magic the Gathering? No, I wouldn't. Unless the end result of it was going to be her not being in office anymore, in which case we're just playing a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! With the rules of the anime, where, you know, Kaiba will just Alivant himself off of Duelist Kingdom Castle for losing in a card game, which, I mean, people memed on, but let's be honest. He was trying to get his brother's life back, so, like, come on. Come on. It's not as cringy within the context of the show. But anyway, point is, I would not want to sit across a table from Marjorie Taylor Greene. I would not want to share space with Marjorie Taylor Greene, even if Marjorie doesn't believe a word of the things that she actually says, and everything she does is specifically for the purpose of being on the right-wing propaganda trail so that she can get more votes. She's still catering to an audience of functionally monsters, because that's human as they are. People who are anti-LGBTQ, people who are anti-minority, people who are anti-Semitic, they are monstrous opinions to hold, because the end result of those opinions always end up leading to deaths. Transphobic opinions either lead to deaths via legal reasons or lead to suicides, as we saw from Kiwi Farms. Anti-Semitism literally leads to things like the Holocaust. I'm sorry, I would not want to share space with somebody who holds those opinions, whether it be for the camera or in real life. Either one. Low-key would like to play Vanguard against her so I can give her the biggest grand gallop swing. Here's the thing, though. Any card game with Marjorie would ultimately end up not being very fair. Marjorie Taylor Greene earned enough from her campaign finances to buy a $92,000 SUV. $92,000. That's insane. That is a ludicrous amount of money. And that's paid for with freaking campaign finances. So, a person who has that kind of money to drop on just a new vehicle is going to have insane amounts of money to drop on a bullshit turn 0 commander deck. So, it wouldn't even be a fair fight in any way, shape, or form. Can she do that? Whether or not she can doesn't change the fact that it has happened. So they don't think she would understand the rules of war, let alone magic? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like Marjorie would be a rules lawyer if she actually played Magic. But no, I'm getting sidetracked. The issue at hand here for me is that despite the video being funny, despite the video playing on a well-established meme that, again, is really hilarious, it still ends up being pro-Marjorie Taylor Greene propaganda because it makes her look like a regular, everyday person. Which, while she is human like the rest of us, the beliefs she espouses, the campaign she engages in, are anything but that. Crimson, thank you so much for the raid. Ravalearn, thank you for redeeming your points for an Ada. You fucking degen. I wouldn't want to normalize someone like this to my audience, and I feel like that would be a very irresponsible thing for me to do, would be to take somebody with these monstrous, demonstrably harmful opinions and put them toward my audience and go, look, guys, they're just like you and me. And the important thing to note is you do have to humanize people. You do have to remember that everybody who is a monster in any way, shape, or form, they are still a person at the end of the day. They're a human being. But humanizing people and normalizing people are two different things. Humanizing someone reminds you that you too can slip and fall and become just as corrupted as they are. Normalizing them is to make their actions and behaviors seem okay. I do not think that Marjorie Taylor Greene's actions and behaviors are okay. And no amount of funny haha memes are going to make normalizing her and her positions okay. Because what happens is somebody's going to see a politician engaging in their hobby and is going to go, wow, she's just like me, for real, for real. And what tends to happen when you do that is people will end up voting for her who otherwise wouldn't have, because now she's no longer the crazy baddie lady that talks about Jewish space lasers. Now she's just like you. She plays a card game like you. She does the same things you do. You aren't so different, you and her. So why not vote for her? I mean, after all, it's either her or Marcus Flowers, and you don't know anything about him, but you watch Marjorie Taylor Greene playing a game of Magic the Gathering on your favorite podcast done by Tim Pool. And I mean, you're a responsible liberal. You know for a fact that she may not be the best of person, but she can't be all that bad. I mean, she collaborated with one of your favorite YouTubers after all. That's gotta be worth something, right? And as flawed as that mentality is, as screwed up as that mentality is, it is nonetheless a mentality that I would have had at the ripe old age of 18. I didn't know enough about politics to make an informed decision on any candidate, so yeah, I would be voting for someone like Marjorie based solely on either party affiliation or she collaborated with YouTubers that I find neat. That's as shallow as my position needed to be back then. So we need to solve all the world's problems with card games. Hot take. And this is specifically a thing that is showcased very obviously in the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, but as a kid, I would have loved that world where we solved everything via card games. As an adult, I realized that that world would just be an oligarchy. Think about it. Card games, typically, collectible card games, reward people who have the money to invest in them, unless you are playing formats that are specifically designed to have lower powered decks. One of the reasons I like Commander is I can build a deck for $20 to $30 and it will function in Commander. But I can't build a Modern deck for $20 to $40. If I want to play Modern, it's going to cost me anywhere between $600 to $1,000, and that's not building Murktide Regent. So, yeah, as much as that world would be cool because, oh my god, anime! The realistic scenario is that only mega corporations would have the money to afford the cards required, and card prices would spike up because now people's lives and livelihood can be in the balance of these card games. God, the little kid in me wants that world so badly. The adult in me recognizes the type of fucked up world that would be. Oh, by the way, Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds tackled the exact kind of fucked up world this would be. Just letting you know. Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds is a story about class warfare. And I'm not even shitting you. Please, go watch 5Ds. It is phenomenal. It deserves your time. The Japanese dub also deals with atheism as well. Like, it's literally class warfare and struggles against authoritarian religion. There's an entire, like, atheist speech from Yusei Fudo against Godwin during their final fight. It's amazing. But anyway, that's my takeaway from the Marjorie Taylor Greene video. Is it funny? Yeah. It's normal and human to look at it and go, yeah, this is funny. This is entertaining. It's also important for us to recognize this is not necessarily a responsible use of a platform. But people like Tim haven't cared about responsible uses of their platform for a long time. And I know he doesn't care about responsible use on either side. He gets flack for platforming people like Vosh as well. But that is my take where that's concerned. And I didn't know. Blah, sorry. Kind of sick still. I didn't know that I was going to be watching this video today. I didn't know this existed until today. So, yeah. That's a thing. As always, everyone, let me know what you think in the comment section below, and insert end of video tagline here. Also, Real Craftiest and Amanda Demation, thank you for the follows. And Shimokugami, thank you for redeeming your points for Ada, you fucking degen. Some weeby trash says there's actually no way you're unironically a dude using a woman's body. I hate to tell you, but turns out, some weeby trash, there's actually plenty of ways that I am a dude unironically using a woman's body. Yes. 110%. You know, for somebody who's some weeby trash, you seem to have forgotten that characters like Astolfo existed. Or, you know, Bridget. Said, and you're a Redditor? I don't really use Reddit, but I know that phrase specifically doesn't actually mean somebody who uses Reddit. It just means liberal. I know. I'm aware. Here's the thing, Weeby. You are more than you have every ability to be a part of my audience, watch content, do whatever you want. I won't stop you. But to me, people like you are a dime a dozen. Said there's no way I got you stressing over this comment. Weeby, I'm not stressing. What you might not understand is, as a streamer, my job is to look at chat and respond to it. Currently, you're in my chat, so I'm responding to you. The minute you leave my chat, I'll probably forget you exist. I hate to tell you that, but that's the reality for most streamers. If you're not a regular in my chat, I'll forget you're a person. And that may sound cruel, but that's also reality. Ninja Kawasataki says sorry. Why are you sorry? Jassa Proxy says you say you respond to chat, but you won't answer my Joda commander question. Repeat the question. I am not familiar with Joda as a commander, so, I mean, it's hard for me to. Clockwork Cookie says, to be fair, you do have a few hundred names passing on your screen. That's kind of the problem. Like, if there weren't so many names passing on the screen, then it would be easier to remember everyone all the time who's not a regular. But that is how it be. I got this dude monologuing. I am literally a streamer, my guy. Talking is what I'm doing here for the next however long I'll be here. Moxie Bell, thank you for redeeming your points for an Ada. Fucking degen. $10K more till I can force you to say the other thing. Don't. How's it going, Real Craftiest? How's it going, Junie? CB Game says Weeby thinks he's special. This is probably the most attention he's gotten in a long time, to be fair. Somebody tries says, people out here coming for someone they've never met in their life over some dude. Some Weeby, isn't that what you just did? By definition, you came here and came after me, someone you've never met in your life, over some dude, which, you know, of course, is me. Yeah, this is the troll, though? Is it really? Let me level with you. Let me level with you, some Weeby. I'm enjoying this. I'm not 100% certain if your goal is for me to have fun here. I don't know what your goal is. I mean, we do a little trolling, sure. You should have seen us when we were fucking around on Maga Mingle. That was hilarious. But trolling is fine. I actually have a rule. And it's a rule I haven't utilized in a while, but I am going to utilize it here. It is okay to insult me. It's 100% okay to insult me. My only question to you is, if you're going to do it, at the very least, be original. I've had 10,000 people in my comment section on YouTube call me a Redditor. That one's not really much. So I never insulted you, though? No. I understand you haven't, like... I mean, the Redditor thing is an attempt at one, usually. But the rule is this. If you are going to, be creative. So far, in the trolling and everything, you haven't really been very creative. It's been entertaining, though, because I like having food on stream. I enjoy it. But still, as I said, you're more than welcome in my community. I've had you go off literally 3 minutes about me. Some Weeby... Everybody in this chat has had me had a conversation like this about them. Every one, for the most part. Stopheles had, but that was mostly because he was drawing porn of me, and that was weird. Sarah Chikorita has, but that's because we both happen to have a love of theology. Hatsune Junie has, but that's because Junie doesn't value their artwork the way that Junie should. Ivana Dragmeyer has over their artwork of the Smiling Titan, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah, Mint Kuro, you and I have had a conversation about Sonic. Smacko and I have had conversations about Sonic as well. Pernia in chat here has had plenty of conversations with me, both in chat and off chat, because Pernia is an official channel artist. Me and Anubian have had arguments. I have had myriad agreements, disagreements, circle jerks, and fights with everybody in this chat. And ideally, it will continue that way. You're just not that special. I'm giving you the same kind of attention I would give any of them. So, rather, feel as special as you want. No one's going to stop you. Ryu says, I didn't get my circle jerk. My thing is, you seem to be new to my chat, so I'm getting to know you, as I do with pretty much everybody else in my chat. I'm sure maybe you wanted me to be more insulted or upset. I'm sure something to that degree. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what your goals are. But that's something I'd like to find out. How's it going, RTOT? Rob Learn says, seriously though, they sound as desperate for attention as some of my 7th graders. I don't know. Spagus is the goopiest of gamers. Said I think they left. No, I don't think so. You have to remember, we're the entertainment today. Red Joker, thank you for the 101 bits. Really the most effective method of trolling is subathon related. It's true. It's true. Probably going to appear on a liberal gets epically pwned compilation. Cool. I like free advertising. I mean, it's a lie, because I'm not a fucking liberal, but, you know. I'll take it. Why not? I wouldn't mind being on someone's fucking libs get beat down with facts and logic. Fucking hell. So silly. Said, well, he was on that one guy's video where he was accused of being trans. True, but that's Matt Powell, and me and Cupcake have a special relationship that goes back about 5 years now. Nakibri, thank you for redeeming your points for an fucking degen. He says, oh, Cupcake. Yep. Cupcake. God. His asshole must be so sore. Every Wednesday night with that man. Edge of your storm, thank you for resubscribing. So yeah, no, the new the version in Sonic Frontiers is censored. Which upsets me a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. I really would have liked fucking a Sonic game. Especially because we were allowed to have the words sexy and ass in a couple of earlier ones. And damn in Shadow the Hedgehog. Brits Creek says, I gotta go now, but have a good rest of your stream and get well soon. I'm gonna try to. Have they named the voice actors yet? I haven't checked. Mint Kuro, thank you for redeeming your points for an... Fucking degen. If they actually said, fuck, they're utterly annihilating the gossamer thin strand of tape, holding back fanfickers? No, they're not.
Tremendo!
Holy fucking shit! Dylan, hello! That is a huge raid. How's it going, Dylan Burns? And everybody from Dylan's chat? How are y'all doing? Yeah, that is a lot of people. It is. Dylan raids as we're talking about Sonic. It's true. It's true. But we've also got some more not Sonic stuff to talk about. Unfortunately. Do what I did, sir, is just beep censor every instance of the word faker. Is that a tail you've got there? Yes. Yes, it is. Yeah. I know which song was recently playing. Yes, it's called Vandalize. It's from Sonic Frontiers. There's two versions of it. One that the original band produced that's been released a couple days ago. And then the one that was released for Sonic Frontiers specifically, which is a heavily censored version of it. But yeah, it's just called Vandalize. Unnecessary censorship for the win. I mean, it's the word fuck in a Sonic game. I'm sure there's a bit of necessary there. Just a little bit. Dalmac, thank you for the follow. And Cosmonaut Saka, thank you very much for the follow as well. You want to hear Tails say shit? Jesus Christ. So, for those... Dead Moth the Great says, new chat, who dis? True, I should probably introduce myself a little bit. So, how's it going, everybody from Dylan's chat? My name is Surus. I'm a political VTuber. I obviously hide behind a cartoon model because I'm ugly as sin, but I do cover politics, typically from a relatively left perspective. Mostly United States stuff, because that happens to be where I live. I actually live in Marjorie Taylor Greene's district, so I tend to cover her a lot because it directly affects me. Which is, you know, less than ideal. We had to recently watch Marjorie Taylor Greene playing Magic the Gathering on Tim Pool's channel. So, you know, if I had to see it, so did you. And everybody else in chat is just cursed. Tech Tink, thank you for the follow. And Durg Pegeddon, thank you very much for the follow as well. Type in the molecular formula for monosodium glutamate into your search bar, and you can see Tails say all kinds of things. Stoffoli says, I apologize for that multiple times, okay? And that will not fix that. Like I'm shitting you not. If I had to watch it, so do all of you. So everybody from Dylan's chat, welcome to hell.
Playing. They're playing. They're playing. Come on. Here, got this. This is really great.
I'm gonna level up my chronologist.
All right.
You have 1 turn left.
All right, can we you know what? Now we can actually analyze this a little more. We can analyze this a little more. Yeah, she uses a blue deck. She plays Urza. So, I want you to notice something. Her chronologist has no counters on it right now. It has no level counters. When she levels up her chronologist, she levels it up to 7 automatically. Actually, there might not be 7. Which one would be adjacent to the 5? That might still be 7. If she's leveling up the chronologist to the point of getting her extra turns, that happens at level 7, not at level 1.
You have 1 turn left.
Is her deck mono blue? Yes. If it's Urza and it's commander, it has to be mono blue.
If I'm going down, I'm taking her with me.
A wrath of God.
Monitor.
Oh, dude, Urza's ridiculous. This card's too OP, dude. Urza? You can't... It's like, why did they even make this guy? It's... Okay.
So, she got a counter spell functionally because she was able to tap her artifacts for blue mana. That's what happened there. How's it going, Poppy the Lich? Said, why is MTG playing Yu-Gi-Oh? She's playing... It's Marjorie Taylor Greene playing Magic the Gathering. I only knew about it from their video thumbnail. You know.
I'm gonna level up my chronologist.
All right.
You have 1 turn left.
If I'm going
So he's playing
down,
Esper.
I'm taking her with me.
A wrath of God.
He's playing Esper and he's got a proxy. He's got a proxy in that deck. And yeah, that's her tapping blue and an artifact for blue for just...
Monitor.
Oh, dude, Urza's ridiculous. This card's too OP, dude.
Yep.
Urza? You can't... It's like, why did they even make this guy? It's... Okay, house rules. No Urza in commander.
You can't call a house rule because you're losing.
Good game.
He took it well.
You're telling me Marjorie wouldn't think magic is demonic? I can't tell you the things she actually believes. I can't. Urza aside, she's very red playing a blue deck. Said that was so damn lame. Said her beliefs depend on the day of the week. Her beliefs depend on the audience paying her. I'm 100% certain. It's just like Tim. So you thought Marjorie would be very black? I mean, black would be a good color for Marjorie because it's literally just paying your life for power. But... There's.exe stopped working. Oh, that was just me showing Marjorie Taylor Greene playing Marjorie the Gathering to fucking Sunset City. Please tell me that was heavily staged. I mean, it's staged, obviously. It's a video. But, yeah. How are you feeling tonight? Sick. Very sick. Trying not to be sick, but not many ways around it. You've never been sorry for anything more in life than cursing with that video? Lies. There was also a troll in the chat. They were bad at it. I'm pretty sure Weeby is still here. Ugh. Yeah, I'd like a health potion, please. That'd be great. Said creating and sacrificing creatures for power. Health potion equals water. I mean, come to the guild house in San Jose. They make a mean mana potion. Right, but I could just go to Battle and Brew. They have a pretty good health potion there. But I can't drink it because I don't drink alcohol. They said Weeby left. Yeah, they must have gotten bored. They expected me to be like, and ban them, and then I didn't. Get rid of Dream Sexual? No. Zine, thank you for redeeming your points for an You fucking degen. Also, you as well, V. Kylo. Fuck degenerate. So no, it's I'm just sick, so I'm not paying as much attention as I should. So they're basically a group of simps who hardcore that they will say everything is bigoted. Oh, great. Serious? What is it, Pappy? What did I do? What did I do this time? You mind if I fix a tractor with you playing in the background? Sure, Rusty Shank, you can do that. It's Dream SMP stuff. Okay, is it people attracted to dream and only dreams that people attracted in their dreams? There's a lot of different things I'm hearing. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I saw that Kiwi Farms is basically dead. Yeah, Kiwi Farms is gonzo. I'm okay with that. Here's the problem. They're gonna end up repopulating somewhere else. Hold on. Also, Cirrus has many points. Oh? What? Guys, before we continue. Before we continue, I have a question for everybody in chat. If I were to play a video for you all, 3-minute video, entertaining video, would you guys go subscribe to someone's channel? Would you do that? Is that a thing that I could convince some, if not all, if not some, if not all of you to do? Or most? One, the other, or both. All of them. Maybe sub, maybe follow, definitely. Well, it's a YouTube channel, so subbing is following. Subbing is free. Subbing is free for this because it's YouTube sub. Said you like showing us cursed things. I promise this one isn't as cursed. All right. So here's the link. You click that so that you can give the video a view and hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. However, we will be watching it together as well. Oh god, it's this motherfucker? You know what? Fine.
Who is the mysterious Dark Knight? What's up with the ponytail? And why are those pants so damn tight? Tonight we answer your burning questions about Daddy's Boy, his dark past, and how that fit can hold such a massive cock. Contrary to what Mihoho would have us believe, we have confirmed canon sources that his father died of disappointment. Deluge dove into deep darkness to become the Dark Knight hero, shrouded in the darkest night, darkly defending Mondstadt from devious dark forces. Did I mention duh? Only Kaya knows what disappointed Deluxe's father, but Kaya's mouth is sealed tighter than the Gacha Company's pull percentage table. What fuels the Dark Knight's power? Deluxe trained with the Knights of Favonius and Art of Pork Sword to siphon thermal nectar to power his pyro abilities. Yes, that's what we're calling it. Hence the ponytail. Everyone prefers to pig blap a homie's cheeks, not his wig. His supernatural strength also leads to supernatural grip and into his choice of weapon, a bastard sword, which is no way connected to his father's disappointment. We promise. Deluxe's skill is so profound that Oscar Wilde would be jealous. His peerless skill as a phallus fencer allows him to generate more heat than any average human. But due to the climactic encounters with the Harbingers, who might have turned him into a wingsock, he has developed techniques to bring his hotness under control. The most important element is his lack of pants. Yes, his pants are actually a complete fabrication. We finally uncovered the secret of why his pants are so tight. By setting up hidden cameras in his home, we caught Deluxe in the act of spray painting on his pantalones, with the aid of his trusty bird, of course.
Not bad.
We've all heard it. If you lose the britches, you pull the britches. I know what you're thinking. If he isn't wearing pants, where is homie's hog? Right before Deluxe's father passed away, he taught him the family secret art of extreme tucking. How do we know? Listen, whatever happens in Deluxe Winery stays in the winery. But trust me, we've seen the hockey puck tuck in its full effect. Not erect. Legend has it, if you go to sleep with your pajamas on, Deluxe will come and extract your thermal nectar. A small price to pay to aid in the Dark Knight hero's dark crusade against the dark forces of darkness. Oh my god. A small price to pay. God damn it. A small price to pay to aid in the Dark Knight hero's dark crusade against the forces of darkness in Mondstadt.
Your Chrome crashed when Pappy said hog.
Deluxe's gonna come and drain your pipe. Oh, you've made it this far. Enjoy your stay. Kick back, relax. It gets worse from here. Comment on the next Genshin character you want us to cover the real shit. Wink.
Hey, you know this button right here? The subscribe button? You should click it. Oh, I just unsubscribed from Pappy. Let me fix that. Let me fix that. There we go. Click it so that you can hear Pappy talk more about pork swords and hog wieners. As it that was confusing. I mean, if you've played Genshin, not really. You should subscribe so I can unsubscribe. And you remember the sub-unsub glitch? No? Axolotl says, my friend would either love or hate this. Wow, that sounds almost like you should share it with your friend. Your GF is a huge Genshin person. I'll rotate the link. There you go. Rotate the link like Deluxe rotated his cock when he tucked. Never played Genshin. I mean, that makes sense. You played Genshin until you got Venti and then abandoned it? I never got Venti. But I also wasn't trying for Venti because I had Sucralose. And she's cuter. You didn't have to do that, dude. Thank you. I know I didn't have to do it. Not the point. Sucralose sounds like something your pancreas makes. Nah, it's actually sucrose. Thought you had Venti earlier, but now you don't. Okay, let's put it this way. Best girls in Genshin, Sucrose and Amber. There is no fighting. Sucrose and Amber. There's the link to Poppy's video. Said Rosaria is best, you heretic. No. 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 And don't you dare. I better not fucking catch any of you. Any of you standing Clay. The FBI will have to open up instantly. Said Gothnum with big tits. So, Ninwenga's best waifu? No, I disagree. Klee equals best terrorist? Yep. All I know beyond a few hours of playing Genshin is there's a big titty man, and now I want to download it again. God. Okay, so I know that I shouldn't do this for my channel because there would be no fucking point to it. But there's a part of me that's just like, I could just do a Genshin Impact waifu tier list. Your favorite part of Genshin is that it took so damn long to load that I didn't play it? Oof. Do it, you coward. Paimon is not emergency food. Hold on. Oh, of course Venti's on here. You're biased, so it's a win either way. You're telling me Genshin is hot chick? Genshin Impact is hot chick heaven. Said Paimon is a friend, not emergency food. No. Paimon is definitely emergency food. Paimon is emergency food. There's no way. There's no way elsewise. So here's the problem. I haven't played Genshin in a long time. So, like, I recognize Amber. I recognize her, but I don't remember her name. I know it's Raz's favorite character, and I forgot. Oh, it's one of Raz's favorite characters. I know her voice actress had a change in lines, and people got mad about that. I know Fickle. I remember her. I know Klee. Barbara. Yeah, Barbara. Yeah, see? Sucrose. The protag. I forget this character's name, but I know I have her. The rock maid. That's not how you pronounce fickle? Yeah, it's fickle. I don't remember this witch's name either. I just remember doing her side quest and having her just be very scary about books. Noelle. Okay, Noelle. The rock maid sounds metal as hell. No, she's a rock type. Metal would be super effective against her. Lisa, okay. Lisa is top mom. Like, that's the problem. I remember a handful of these characters from when I was playing, but I haven't played in so long that I've forgotten a lot of their names, and I only ever got a handful of characters to begin with. So I don't remember a lot of their, like, I don't recognize a lot of the newer characters either. So I don't think a tier list would be good content, because I would literally just be going, this one's small, put her in D. This is a Horizon Zero Dawn, so that gets the S because it's Breath of the Wild. This is Amber, and she is also S. This is Mommy Dommy, and she is also S. This is Sucrose, and she is also S. This is Barbara. Barbara can get an A. Like, it would just be that. This is Fickle. She's below D tier. This is Venti. And Venti goes right in the middle. Because he's confusing. Am I crazy because I feel like I was told Venti was a guy, but that also could be because my ambi friend... no, Venti's a dude. Happy says S. S, goddammit! This is the protag. They're neat, I guess. They can be with Venti. This is the panda girl who makes food. So she gets an S. I don't remember her name. This is Noelle. She's a maid, so she gets an S. I think I heard there's some Venti shippers. Yeah, probably. I'm gonna give Clea a C, because if I give Clea a D, she'll bomb my house. And I don't know anybody else, so they're all getting D tier. Well, you get to B and B. Haha! Welcome to the bottom of the barrel, everybody! Fuck off! There's my Genshin tier list. There's my Genshin tier list. You know what? Welcome to D tier. Fuck you. Amber is best girl, followed by Sucrose. There. That's the official Genshin tier list. And fuck you if you think I'm changing it. Is it Tyrant? Nope. Nope, it's official. We're screenshotting it and we're putting it on Twitter. It is going right to Twitter, where it will be immortalized forever. Genshin Impact tier list. Lee gets C tier, because if she was D, she'd bomb my house. Amber is best girl. Sucrose is second. Fuck you. There we go. It's immortal. It's immortalized. So do you want a Sonic tier list? You think I like Six Cirrus? Six Cirrus has what I feel Drunk Cirrus vibes are. You know what? Hold on, let's see here. Do you really? Is this really a thing you want? You want a tier list about this shit? Is that... Please don't tell me that's a thing y'all legitimately want. This is insane. That is an insane amount of everything. So I thought we were doing a Sonic Waifu tier list, but we already did a Sonic Waifu tier list on Sunset City. Sea Snake Jerry, thank you for redeeming your points for an owl. Owl. Shadow's best waifu? I mean, Shadow did make the list. You already pissed off the Genshin fans. Did I? Did I? I don't see any Genshin fans here. I don't see Genshin fans. I only see simps. Moxie Bell, thank you for redeeming your points for an Arahara. Fucking degen. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of Mpreg with Shadow. Well, yeah, there's a lot of Shadow X Shrek Mpreg art. It's weird. And y'all are weird. I mean, you'd simp for Rosalina? I mean, yeah, fair. Okay. Okay, you've got it. You've got it. Rosalina's like the one S tier waifu in the Mario series. Though I'm sure Vivian has their has their fans too. Okay, fine. 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 We'll do it. Crowley, are you okay, babe? You having fun there? Should people get Sonic Frontiers? Yes, get Sonic Frontiers, fuck the pain away, put your bed in ruin. Yeah, absolutely. 110%. Game's not out yet, but it's fine. What if the game stinks? Old Skull. Sonic games mostly stink nowadays. There's no avoiding that. Like, nothing changes if that's the case. Jesus Christ. Every time I scroll past this piece, I'm reminded of it. It's fucking fantabulous. I'm trying to get to where we are in the fan art so far. It's taking some time. There we go. Finally. Ugh, God. Hold on, what is the... What does that one mean? I forget what this fucking flag means because I am dumb. That's the non-binary flag. Okay, that's the one. That's the one. Okay. You know what? No. Nope. Nope. We're doing it. I'm sick, so you guys get shitposting. That's how it's gonna work for now. Sorry. Sucks. We're supposed to be doing politics? Y'all are getting a Sonic the Hedgehog tier list. Worst of all, we're putting fan art on it, so I'm forced to put it on the main channel. I'm sick, you get shitposting. That's how this works. So, very first piece of fan art we have here is from Matt the Robot Man. Hey everybody, how's it going? I'm a big Cirrus fan and a big One Piece fan, so I wanted to make a Cirrus One Piece Jolly Roger. The next one we have here is from Rainbowless. It says, work in progress. iPad is running out of juice, so no color yet. I've had a really nasty bout of art block lasting 4 months, so I drew Slime Cirrus with the Owo hammer to hopefully break said art block, and I think it worked. The last one we have here is from Salem with an S. Really quick fan art based on a line from the Incel video where I just tell non-binary people, you're being erased. Jesus Christ. As always, thank you all for your fan art submissions. If you want your fan art to be shown in a future video, the best way to do so is to drop into the fan art section of the Discord. And as always, if you haven't subscribed already or hit the bell notification icon, please consider doing so. It helps out the channel a crap ton. And Ravelern, thank you for gifting out 5 Tier 1 subs. With that said, I do have to warn you all, Sea Snake Jiri, thank you for redeeming your points for an Owol. And Moxie Bell, thank you for redeeming your points for an Ara Ara. We are going to be going over pretty much every Sonic game. Every one. We are going to be ranking them live because I'm sick and I hate how I feel, so I have to make y'all suffer with me. I recognize most everything on here. I don't recognize some of these. If I don't recognize it, it just goes into E. First, Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis on the Game Boy Advance. Do y'all know the history of this game? It's a piece of fucking shit. No, seriously, it's a piece of garbage. Everything about this game is made of ass. No, it goes right there. Between the fact that it's Sonic the Hedgehog 1 at like 2 FPS, with screen crunch galore, and shit tons of glitches that didn't exist in the original game, no, piece of shit. Piece of shit. I don't know what the fuck this is, but it has tails. So it gets there. Sonic Jam. So, this is Sonic Jam. This is a trap. This is Sonic Jam for the Gamescom. I haven't played this, but I know it's garbage. And I know I'm going to be playing it on original hardware when I go see Nick during a convention we're going to be going to. So, Game Apologist is going to allow me to suffer. But I know the history of this game. I don't know what the fuck this is. I don't know what this is. There's no, like, anything here. So it just goes away. Boom. Boom. Goodbye. Let's get a little closer here. So we have Sonic CD. Now, I hate to tell you guys, but I kind of hate Sonic CD. And I know I shouldn't. It's not a terrible game. It's not a bad game when you play it front to back, but when you're playing it to, like, find everything in the game, no, it's awful. I came around to enjoying it more the more I played it, which is why it's going to sit here in B tier. Because the more I play it, the more I like it, but I still don't like it. I'm going to put it in B tier, knowing that my real tier is D, but I feel like the more I play it, the higher it's going to crop up here. So you know what? Actually, no. C tier. It gets there. Rob Laird says, you son of a bitch. Nope. Sonic Pinball Party on the Game Boy Advance. Haven't played it, so it goes away. Boop. Sonic Advance 3. Man, where do we put Sonic Advance 3? Tell you what. You get a nice middling C tier. I don't hate Sonic Advance 3, but I have not been able to bring myself to complete it, no matter how many times I've tried. Smecca says, Cirrus, you're on thin ice. Okay, cool. Sonic Freeriders, S tier. Fuck me. Woo! I'm just kidding. Sonic Freeriders goes into E tier. Sonic Freeriders goes into E tier. Okay, here's Sonic 2. Man, this is the first Sonic game I ever played. It's such a good game. It's amazing. It's almost a perfect fuck you B tier. Mr. Stoffelis, thank you for redeeming your points for 50,001 going into a fucking... Ooh. Ooh. Of course you'd have to, on this, of all things. It makes sense. No, here's my reasoning. I love Sonic 2. I think it's a great game. Guess what? I love playing the first couple levels of Sonic 2, but I hate the special stages of Sonic 2. I hate trying to complete Sonic 2, and the latter half of Sonic 2 makes me want to pull my hair out. It's a great game. It's a fantastic game. But this is my tier list. And I don't like Sonic 2 as much as I probably should. So it gets a B tier. I'm sure that's going to piss off a lot of Sonic fans. And that's fine. I'm okay with that. Smacko, thank you for initiating the armistice. Submit Kuro, you have now redeemed it. Hada. You fucking degen. Knuckles Chaotix. This is a slippery, terrible game. I'm sorry. You get a D. You get a D. I know that there is some love for this game in the Sonic community. I don't have that love. I don't have that love. Mario and Sonic the Olympic Games. This one's London Olympics. I only ever played the original Olympic Games, and it feels like an okay-ish Mario clone, or Mario Party clone. I'm gonna be honest. I think all the Olympic Games are just gonna go into D tier. They're not bad games. They're not bad enough to warrant E tier, but I just don't care for them. However, there is a game in here I do care for. The original Sonic Advance. That's right, Sonic Advance. Welcome to A tier. That's going to piss off some Sonic fan a lot. This right here, this Sonic Advance going right above Sonic the Hedgehog 2. You want to know why that is, though? You want to know the exact reason why? Sonic Advance has a Chow Garden. And it connects with Sonic Adventure 2. No. That's my reasoning. That is going to be my exact reasoning for this. And I am not going to back down from that. You give me a Chow Garden in a game, it's going to elevate you. It will. 110%. Sonic Battle. I'm gonna piss off more Sonic fans that way. But no, here's my reasoning for this one. I love stories in Sonic games, and Sonic Battle has a rock-solid story. It gives us the return of Chaos Zero as a character. It gives us more, like, extrapolation on E102 Gamma's story after his death in Adventure 1. And come on, the story for Emerald is heartbreaking. As a game, it is okay at best. It's a pretty okay game. But that story elevates it a lot. Why was Chaos even there, though? Because Chaos is guardian of the Chow, and the Earth was threatened. Like, the Earth was completely threatened. And his job is guardian of the Chow. You fuck with the Chow, you get Chaos. Sonic Blast on the Game Gear. Never played it. Welcome to E-Tier. Sonic Gems Collection. Do we really have to count a collection? Okay. Collections are great for game preservation's sake. So I'm just going to put Sonic Gems Collection in C-Tier with Sonic CD. Speaking of collections, Sonic Jam. We're going to put you in B-Tier with Sonic 2. The collections get to go into the slots where their respective games are. You'd imagine Chaos would appear at all the other times, but he didn't. So it depends. It depends. We don't know if he appeared every other time. We don't. Besides, there's a story I'm working on, and I'm working on with Smacko's help in the chat, where you'll get to see some more Chaos. Don't worry. Don't worry. If you like Chaos, you'll get him. Sonic Mania. I'm sorry. I'm putting Mania above Sonic 2. I'm putting Sonic Mania above Sonic 2. I have to. Between the two of them, I know which one I enjoy more. Sonic 06? I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. But if I'm to keep my logic internal, if I'm to keep my logic straight, every point I gave for Sonic Battle is shared by Sonic 06. Welcome to A tier, buddy. Welcome to A tier. Sir says 06, not Project 06. I'm aware. Would you like me to go get my copy of the game? Sonic 06 was the one with the furry kiss? Yes, it was. And I've never cared. Hey, look! Sonic the Hedgehog 4. Welcome to D. That's another Olympic Games. Welcome to D. Sonic Advance 2. You share the slot with Advance 3. I'm sorry. Internal logic and Tears. Oh my god. Okay, so what is this? Sonic on the N-Gage. Never played it. You have to go into E-Tier. Sonic 2 on the Master System. No, you've got to go down here. Here's the thing. I hate the Game Gear Sonics. I hate the Game Gear Sonics. I grew up with them because my dad had a Game Gear, and whenever I would go over to his house in the summer, I would try to play the Sonic games he had on his Game Gear. But I only ever could get very far in them. I couldn't get very far in them. And I thought it was because I was just bad at video games. And then, as an adult, I played the games again on my Sonic Adventure DX game on GameCube and realized that no, they're just bad. They're just bad. Sonic Adventure. The first one. Yeah, you go to D tier. I'm kidding. But if I had done that, if I had put Adventure under 06, if I had done that, do you know the riots that would have happened? I said Wayne is gonna kill me. Oh, dude, do you know how many people are gonna be mad that I put Sonic 06 over Sonic 2? Do you know how many people are gonna be mad about that one specifically? Now, Sonic Adventure is S tier. 100% S tier. I'm comfortable and confident in that. Adventure DX, you know what? You are how I first discovered Sonic Adventure. You get to go into S tier as well. It's not that you're as good, but you're still good. You remember when Sega CD was new? Even back then it was seen as janky. Please show the Sunset City guys this. Hey, look, it's an Olympic Games game. Welcome to D tier. Sonic Chronicles: The Dark Brotherhood. Oh, man. Oh, man. Guys, if I'm to keep all of the internal logic from Sonic Battle, I must put it in A tier. Because I like the story of Chronicles. I unironically enjoy the story. Okay, Sonic 3 on the Mega Drive. Welcome to D tier. No, you go down here. You. Sonic Unleashed. Oh boy. Half of you is a game I adore, and half of you is a game I don't like. But you can be an A tier. I do enjoy the Werehog enough for that. There's another Mega Drive game, don't care. I have not played this one. Sonic Unleashed. There is less of the game that I don't like in you. And I don't have to go metal hunting in you. You know what that means? Sonic Unleashed on the Wii. Welcome to S tier, buddy. Welcome to S tier. I'm just seeing people so upset at that. But no. Sonic Shuffle, haven't played. Lego Dimensions, I haven't played. I hate to put it there because I know it's a great game, but I haven't played it. Sonic Adventure 2. That has to go. I'm sorry. I literally look. Of course, Sonic Adventure 2 is going to be in the top of my thing. It's my favorite Sonic game, and let's be honest. Where do you think Blizzy is from? Where do you think this man's is from? Blizzy, you get to stay on screen the rest of the time. You get to stay here. All right, Sonic Mega Collection Plus. I'm kidding. You get to go right next to Sonic Jam. I haven't played Superstars Tennis. Sonic Rush Adventure. You're okay. You're okay. So fun thing, I actually like the first Sonic Rush more than Sonic Rush Adventure. Mainly because I do not like the I don't like the extra shit. I don't like the boat. So, welcome to C. Sonic Boom, Fire and Ice. Haven't played you. Sonic Generations. This is the 3DS one, isn't it? Welcome to B tier 3DS Sonic No, I'm kidding. Welcome to C tier. You get C tier. I think this is a mobile game. Sonic Lost World, you're a middling game. I don't hate you, but I don't like you. You get to be here with Sonic Generations. Sonic Classic Collection on the DS, you get to be in B tier. Olympic Games again, welcome to there. Okay. Sonic Generations on the 360. God. I don't want to do it this way. I'm kidding. This is going to have to go up here. If I'm being honest, I really do enjoy Sonic Generations. Sonic Boom, haven't played that. Colors on the 3DS, I haven't played it. It's going to have to go there because I haven't played it. Sonic Mania again? Oh, it's Sonic Mania Plus. You get to go right here in A tier. Sonic Riders Zero Gravity. Haven't played, so it's going to have to go here. Sonic Sega All-Stars Racing. I played it with a friend. It was okay. It goes about there. Hey, look, it's more Olympic Games. Woo! Sonic Colors. Man, I'm just throwing all these Olympic Games up here as I see them. Because I don't want to have to keep on saying, hey, look, it's another Olympic Games. Hey, look, it's another Olympic Games. Jesus, how many do we have left? Jesus fucking Christ. Sonic Colors. So, here's the thing. Sonic Colors is the opposite of Sonic CD for me. Which is why it's going to go right here in C. The more I play Sonic Colors, the less I like it. Like, the more I play CD, the more I like it. The more I play Colors, the less I like it. So they're going to sit right here with CD moving up and Colors moving down as need be. Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. Haven't played, actually. Awkwardly. I never played Transformed. I only ever played the original. And now we have Sonic Lost World again. I'm not really sure what the difference is, aside from that this is the Wii U version. Oh, this is the 3DS version. Oh, fuck you. Welcome to E tier. Goodbye. I haven't played this version. Hey, look, it's Sonic CD again. We get to put you in right there. Actually, no, you're the Whitehead port. You're better. You're better than that. All right. Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. You're an OKC. You're Puyo Puyo. You're not bad. Sonic Drift 2. Welcome to E tier, you piece of shit. Master System Mean Bean Machine. Haven't played. Haven't played. Hey, look. Sonic Spinball. I enjoy Spinball enough, but I'm not a huge Spinball fan, so... welcome to D tier. If I liked Pinball more, maybe, but no, I don't. Sonic Triple Trouble. No. Fuck you. That's a mobile game I haven't played. Sonic Drift is terrible. Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Man. What a beast of a game. Welcome to D tier. Sonic Labyrinth. You're terrible. I haven't played this one. Forces is like mid-S? I'm kidding. Kidding. I was gonna see how long I could keep this one up here. But no. Sonic 3 and Knuckles, you're an S tier. I'm sorry. You're up here. And Sonic Forces, welcome to D tier. I love your music, but I hate everything else about you. Sonic Adventure 2? The original one without the sound issues? Welcome to the top. Sonic Heroes. I really enjoy Sonic Heroes. I enjoy it more than most of these games. Sonic the Hedgehog 4. Welcome to well, it's episode 2. It's a D-ish. Sega Heroes. Haven't played. Genesis Collection. Haven't touched, and I don't know what all's in you, and you're not a Sonic game, so... Sega Sonic, haven't played. Shadow the Hedgehog. Man. Welcome to D tier, buddy. I'm sorry. Welcome to D tier. Haven't played. Is this just the original Sonic the Hedgehog? Because if so, welcome to, like, right under CD. Welcome to right under CD, buddy. Don't know what these are. They go away here. Sonic 3D Blast. Huh. Man. I have a hard time with this one. Okay, so here, as I'm gonna put an easy one up here. Sonic and Knuckles is gonna go back up here, like boom. I loved Sonic 3D Blast as a kid. I did. I really and truly did. As an adult, I recognize it has a lot of flaws, and it's just a bad collectathon. So both 3D Blasts are different? I mean, they're functionally the same game with different special stages, right? Like, that's the only major difference between the two, if I remember right. They're gonna both go exactly where they are. I don't hate either of them. They're gonna both go here. Like, okay, here's the thing. No, you get to be top. You get to be top of D tier. You get to be the best of the stuff I don't care about. Alright, Sonic and the Black Knight on the Wii. Boy howdy. Welcome, my friend. Welcome to S tier. I loved the story of this game. I think it controls perfectly fine. It's a game that I'm able to revisit still now. Knuckles trying to commit suicide is really fucking funny, I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, no, I like it. Secret Rings, you are just bad Black Knight. Welcome to B tier. Haven't played this, haven't played that. Hey look, Mega Collection, but the one I specifically grew up with, so you have to be an S tier. No, I'm kidding. You get to be right here with the other collections. You get to be right there with the other ones. Alright, Sonic Riders. I played it once, and I didn't hate it. So you get to be comfortably nestled between Sonic 4 and Shadow the Hedgehog. Haven't played. 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 I don't know what that is at all. Sonic Chaos. I hate this game. I actually hate this game. Welcome to E tier. The Rivals games. I've only played these a little bit. Not a whole lot. But they're not terrible games. They're okay racing games, kind of, sort of. You can be, like, right here under 3D. Yeah, that's a comfortable place for you. Sonic the Fighters. Man, it's just Virtua Fighter with Sonic. It's a nice mid. It's a nice mid. It's not bad. Okay, the original Sonic Rush. You know, I liked it more than Sonic Rush Adventure. And I liked it more than Sonic Heroes. I liked it more than Secret Rings. Yeah, no, you're right there. All right, Genesis Collection. It's another collection, so it's going to go here with the other ones. And finally, Sonic R. Yeah, welcome to S tier, buddy. No, that's not going to work twice. Okay, I love the soundtrack in Sonic R, but that's not enough to make it a good game. It's a very broken mess of a game. But I have very fond memories playing it with my cousin. It was the first time I saw Sonic in 3D. I thought it was magical. Is it a good game? No. No. No, it's not. You get to be right here between Sonic the Fighters and Sonic 1. But you can shoot Amy with a gun. Clearly Fighters is S tier. Yeah, only when you're playing Fang the Knackle. There. I think this is an objectively correct tier list. With a whole bunch of games I haven't yet played. But I'm comfortable. Ah, yes. Entirely objective. Not 1 ounce of subjectivity. Sonic 06, unironically better than Sonic 2. And you can't stop me. Sonic 2 gave us Tails. Sonic 06 gave us Mephiles. Still trying to learn how to set stream on fire. Google, please, Alexa, please tell me how to delete someone else's stream. 06 should be S. His name is Memphis, Tennessee. It's true, actually. You know what? You're right. You're right! He deserves to be S tier. I'm kidding. He stays exactly where the fuck he is. For real, Sonic 06 is a great story and music. It's just everything else is broken. Yep. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. And I'm comfortable with this list. I'm comfortable with it. All right, everybody. You got a shit post, and it's not even April 1st. Insert end of video tagline here. There. No discussion. Nothing. That gets to be an official video on the channel, because I'm sick and don't care. You forgot one, Dumpy. Can I get an explanation why different releases of the same game are in different places? So Generations on the 3DS is a 2D only game with relatively broken level design when it's not directly copying the Genesis games, whereas Generations on the PC, 360, and PS3 is a 3D game with 2D sections. They're actually completely separate games. Like, they're wholly different. So this supposed to be the maid outfit? I mean, yeah. Got 11 different versions of the same game or not the same game. It's true. Who the fuck got a Dumpy the Ditto Twitter, you fucking genius? Said, yes, this is not going to cause a shitstorm. Nope, it's not. Ginger Stacks, thank you very much for redeeming your points for, well, we're in the middle of that timer, so... You fucking degen. Oh yeah, no, like, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone? Dude, there's so many different versions of that game, it's insane. The one that I played was the Game Boy Advance version. I feel like if I get a new Pokemon game, I'm gonna want to trade for so many Dumpies. Oh, God. The sickness is terrible. See ya, Smacko. God. So you would say you're not down with the sickness? No. All right, how do we promote this on Twitter? Do we just, like... Hold on, which ones do we obscure? Oh, Black Knight goes here. Bop, 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 bop. Ugh. Because there's people who are going to be on Twitter who aren't watching the stream. Let's see. There we go. So when you go to Pokemon game tier list, never. Never. There we go. There we go. We're posting the image up as this. Oh, that's Mako's comm sheets. I already have commissions in for Smacko. That's not going to help me. That right there. So why is the subathon tweet still pinned? Because I'm lazy. Ah.
Never look a truth in the eye.
Slow Door, thank you for the follow. Ugh, God. I'm so tired of pain. I'm so tired of pain. I want the pain to stop. You and your tier lists. I mean. God. I need my nose to stop hurting. So that I can actually get to the next thing I want to cover. Which tier list when? Yeah, Arthas at the top. Except Arthas isn't a fucking lich. Yes, Scarlet Roselia, the subathon did manage to end after 21 days. God. Besides, if I did a tier list, it would just have Poppy on the bottom. Power bottom. Subathunk. Sarah said which to power bottom to a soft dom. There you go. Dunzo. It is evidenced. We have proof in chat. Seems to be saying Sans is the ultimate sexy man on Twitter. I mean, yeah. Cirrus witch model tier list, a tier list of all of Cirrus's witch models, but I only have one. Stop says I'm not participating if I have to be soft. I don't do that. Okay. Can you ask a Magic the Gathering question? Sure. Oh yeah, no, there is the slime model with the witch hat. You're right. Forgot about that. Ah, God, my eye. Fuck. Does Dragon's Approach last line override Commander deck rules? Yes. Yeah, you can have 99 copies of Dragon's Approach in a Commander deck. Nothing says you can't. Oh no, I've listened to the ending song for Frontiers, Crabs. I have. We listened to it on stream earlier. Yep, you can have 99 Relentless Rats, you can have 99 Dragon's Approaches, you can have 99 Shadowborn Apostles. Hey, there's a lot of those. Persistent Petitioners. Yep, you can use all the Persistent Petitioners if you want. Your wig you got today is on your lamp and it feels like it's looking at you now? Well, that's because it is. Duh. It feels like it because it is. Alright. Alright. So, we are going to cover, I think, Jordan Peterson next. His thing with Chris Rufo. I think that's going to be our the angle we go for. Bow 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 bow. Oh, Georgie. Oh, Georgie. Georgie. Don't you know, Georgie? We all float down here. I ain't gonna hurt you, Georgie. But they'll never find your body. Namor Fakari, thank you very much for redeeming your points for we're in the middle of an armistice, so... Ada, you fucking degen. Flame Brodekai said, did I miss the Sonic race, the Sonic ranking tier list? Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Mackie Himiko, thank you for redeeming your points for an Ada, you fucking degen. And Snugglefuzz, you as well. Ada, you fucking asswipe. Oh, God. Nose. Alrighty, so we've covered Christopher Rufo a handful of times on this channel already. His campaign against critical race theory, his campaign against LGBTQ stuff in schools. But we haven't covered him having a conversation with Jordan Peterson. So that's going to be an interesting thing that we get to go through. But before we do that, a couple of things. One, obviously, we're going to get in the fan art section first. Two, I am sick. So I am going to probably be pausing several times throughout the video. Just letting you guys know that. Hopefully you can bear with me. I'm not feeling too terribly great. But let's go ahead and get into the fan art section. In any case, Kitterdoodle says trying out some new coloring techniques. Aw, that's adorable. The next one we have here is from a Sapphire Jade-Eyed Cat. I've got a terribly long way to go before this thing's out of the work in progress stage, but Seal Point Cirrus Cat? Aw, that's adorable. I love it. The last one we have here is from Mathematical Cabbage. More interrupted beach moments, this time with Raz. It's just Timer Coon being obnoxious as he is. Jesus. As always, everyone, thank you all for your fan art submissions. If you want your fan art to be shown in a future video, the best way to do so is to drop into the fan art section of the Discord. With that said, let's go ahead and get right into everything. So the first bit here is a bit where Chris Rufo and Jordan Peterson are talking about moral panics, about CRT, queer theory, stuff like that. Let's go ahead and take a listen to some of this.
Who are you? What in the world are you up to? And why have people so suddenly, in some real sense, become interested? Why have you become a focal point of attention on these issues?
Sure. I think it's because I was really the first person to do the reporting, to actually substantiate the feeling that many people had that our institutions had been captured by left-wing ideologies. This has obviously been a kind of concern for many people for a long time. But for many years, it felt like it was...
So he was able to confirm a bunch of people's deep-seated fears. That's not super helpful.
Relegated to the university setting. And so conservatives could say, well, you know, there's something crazy going on at Vassar College. It doesn't affect me. Then after the death of George Floyd in 2020, it seemed like all of our institutions suddenly shifted overnight. So I did a series of reports on diversity training programs in the federal government that got the attention of then President Trump. Then I shifted to looking at critical race theory implemented as a pedagogical approach in K through 12 schools.
Again, something that wasn't actually done in K through 12 schools. Like, okay, for those who don't know, CRT is a legal lens that we can use to look at something to determine if racism happened at a certain point in a legal sense with something. And the prime example of this is redlining, right? We're looking at redlining and we are trying to figure out, okay, did racism at some point make it to where these particular districts were cut off from others, or is there a point where a person was not able to get a loan and this led to problems going forward? Where, you know, did racism stem from this at any point? And when you look at redlining, what CRT will show you is that certain districts were redlined on racial lines, and then by redlining districts on racial lines, it created divides that were financial. Job opportunities were more scarce in the closed-off redlined districts, and therefore the kinds of money that could be earned in those areas got more scarce. Therefore, the ability to get loans was more scarce, and oh, by the way, we also used to deny bank loans to people based entirely on if they happened to be in the middle of a redlined district. So what CRT would do is it would look at this and go, okay, so the redlining happened on a racial divide at one point, and then that racial divide became an economic divide later on down the road. These two things are correlative, and it means that there was a point in time where a racist thing happened systemically, and that led to more things happening that were considered negative, that happened to disproportionately affect one race over another. See, what a lot of people try to do, and what CRT tends to combat, is a lot of people try to go, well, black people are more lazy, or they're more prone to crime, therefore they make less money, therefore this all happens. But that's a backwards approach. What CRT does is it looks, instead of looking at the present and then analyzing past actions from the present, it looks at the past as a lens to analyze the present. Okay, this person is in a low-income area. Why are they in a low-income area? Well, their family had been stuck there for some time because of redlining. Well, why were they stuck there? Well, because they weren't able to get a loan to get out. This is a loan for a vehicle. This is a loan for a house. Typically, it was almost always house loans. What CRT does is it analyzes and looks at where that component happened, where it took place. So what Rufo reported on was schools talking about racism and how racism is bad. This is not CRT. I don't know how many times I have to say it. Talking about racism is not critical race theory. Chris Rufo's campaign was a combination of calling every conversation about racism CRT and also going into the conversations about CRT and saying that it demonizes white people, it's black supremacy, it's this, it's that, it elevates minorities over the majority. That's what he tries to argue, but that's not something CRT does. And again, CRT is not something that's even taught outside of, freaking law school anyway. We get a category error and a scope error both, but here's the thing. Most people who listen to Chris Rufo about CRT, or listen to James Lindsay about CRT, or Ben Shapiro, or Matt Walsh, or any of the people that copied his homework, they don't know any better. And that's a feature, not a bug. The idea is to grab people who do not know any better and convince them that, hey, the school institutions are trying to corrupt your kid. They're trying to turn your kid anti-white. Something that your school institutions systemically aren't doing. Now, are there a handful of individual teachers who might be trying to do that? Statistically, probably. Just like there's a handful of teachers, more than a handful of teachers, that are trying to get creationism taught in schools again, or talk about anti-LGBTQ stuff. That's not indicative of a systemic issue. That is a handful of people within a system that happen to fall under those lines. You're going to find extremists in every group at all times, and that includes the public education. So he's just trying to make it confusing. So he's confusing it, but he's not trying to make it confusing. He's trying to make it easy to understand his version of events. The goal is to demonize all of CRT, but make people feel like they understand what CRT is. And when they feel like they understand what CRT is, they know kind of what it is, a little bit, sort of. It's a very, very bastardized version of what it is, but it's not really what CRT is. And they know they hate it. He wants to demonize CRT by showing his version of CRT. Think about it this way. How do you demonize an LGBTQ person? Call him a groomer. Easy, simple. That's what you do. Call him a groomer, call him a pedophile. That's what the right does right now. That's what the NIFB has been doing for the past couple decades. Well, IFB for past couple decades, NIFB for more recent. But the point is, their goal is to engage in a thought-terminating cliche. When you hear the word CRT, you think school indoctrinating child into being anti-racist, which is just anti-white. That's the goal. Now, what does this accomplish? Well, it lines the pockets of private education firms. That's what it does. It makes kids more stupid as well. Because here's the thing, not everyone has the time or ability to homeschool their kids. Meaning that several kids are going to not have an education if they are pulled from public education. Sure, some parents might be great teachers. Sure, some parents can teach the material to their kids just fine. Most parents can't. For most parents, teaching at an academic level is not a skill they have. That's fine, it's not a skill that you necessarily need. But taking away the professional job of teachers and demonizing them in public education as people who are indoctrinating your kids against white people, that's the goal. And the end goal is more people end up in private education. When more people end up in private education, either in private schools lining those pockets or homeschooled, which, by the way, also lines private school pockets, because guess who sends out the work material for homeschooling? If you don't believe me, the private school that I went to was Pensacola Christian Academy. Do you want to know what the homeschool curriculum is? The A. Becca literature curriculum. Do you want to, and that's not the homeschool curriculum for everyone, mind you, but it is a very popular one in the United States. Do you want to know who runs A. Becca literature? The same people who run Pensacola Christian Academy. They have a monopoly on that private education. There are other private education firms. There are other schools that do it. But again, these are for-profit institutions, not public good institutions like a public school is. But let's continue.
which set off this massive response, or really revolt, amongst parents nationwide. And now I'm focusing on gender ideology as well, looking at K through 12 schools, government agencies, and even the Fortune 100 companies.
Who are...
So he's talking now about the second part of his campaign, which we've done a video on, which is going into talking about gender in schools. So, all right. Let me ask you a question. Very quick, very easy, very dirty. If you wanted to normalize trans people, what is the easiest way to do it? Is it talking to adults about it? No. It's kids. Here's the thing. I hate to tell you this. Adults in the audience, me as an adult as well, we all have to come to terms with something. We're all going to fucking die. Eventually, we will die. But you know who's got more time on Earth statistically than us adults? Kids do. Therefore, do you want to know who technically has more control over the social zeitgeist? Kids do. Because they will have more time with it than we do. We had lots of time with it, but that time got spent playing Pokemon Red and Blue. The whole gender ideology thing is literally meaningless, like gender's an innate part of society. Yep. But when he talks about gender ideology, he's talking about trans people. So, how do you help end racism in a country? Well, you stop it at its roots. You don't let kids grow up to be racist. Adults who are racist tended to be kids who are racist. Adults who are assholes and bullies tended to be kids who were assholes and bullies. You could change every adult into a not asshole or not bully, but if they've already taught their kids to be that before they change their minds, guess what? When we die, the world stays exactly the fucking same. Which means the target for anti-LGBTQ people does not need to be adults. That's circumstantial. The target is specifically parents, because parents tend to pass their ideology down to their kids. Now, whether that ideology sticks is another thing. Rufo claims that he's reporting on what's actually going on, but as we've covered in previous videos, that's not what he does. He strawmans what CRT is. He strawmans what gender ideology is. He strawmans what trans issues are. And when he does that, he creates a world where kids are more likely to be anti-LGBTQ or more likely to be racist under the guise of being apolitical. So is the world imploding? No. The world is constantly in flux. Always. It's the minute that you give up hope that the world can be a better place that, yes, the world does implode. As much of the world is centered around yourself as it is around other people. Giving up and believing that the entire world is just going to shit, that's how people like Rufo win. Don't let them win. Now, there's another clip I want to watch here. All of these have been compiled by Sam Hoadley Brill, so thank you very much for that. But description of this one is that Peterson gives some half-assed pushback to Rufo's campaign to ban CRT. He makes sure that he's not claiming that Rufo has increased state government's power to censor ideas in education. But that's the thing he unquestionably has done. If you want evidence that Chris Rufo's campaign has actually led to censorship of these ideas in schools, look no further than Ron DeSantis in Florida. He's been trying to force through anti-LGBTQ stuff, anti-CRT stuff in education for the last few years. But let's go ahead and listen to the clip.
That because one of the I'm going to play devil's advocate on the Kimberly Crenshaw intersectionality CRT front, and I also want to have a discussion with you about the place of this war, let's say, the proper place of the war, because one of the concerns I have about attempts to fight critical race theory at the practical and pragmatic level is that attempts to regulate or ban it, and I'm not saying this is happening, I'm saying it's a potential danger.
He's definitely not saying that critical race theory stuff is getting banned in the United States, despite The amount of times that DeSantis has been trying to, and other state senators have been trying to push that, and other governors have been trying to push that. Oh, by the way, if anybody tries to come up with the galaxy brain point of, if CRT isn't being taught in schools, then why don't you want it banned? Because what is being banned in schools when you say CRT is being banned in schools is not what CRT is. It's general conversation about racism. It's general conversation. It's the shit that Rufo has been targeting. Remember, when Rufo says CRT, he's not talking about the academic literature of critical race theory. He's talking about his strawman idea of CRT. Playing the aha gotcha lib game of going, hey, he's not trying to ban CRT. He's trying to ban CRT, though. It's just not the CRT that we said, but not the CRT that he said. Playing that game doesn't work. We can all agree that when Rufo says CRT, he's just talking about racism. He's trying to ban conversation about racism because he finds it to be divisive. Mint Kuro, thank you for redeeming your points for you fucking degen. As evidenced by his actual posts where he has pointed out that this has been the focal point of his actual campaign. Mooey Chewy! Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Can we ban conservatives? No. Let's continue.
Attempts to regulate or ban it run into the potential problem of expanding the sensorial capacity of governments in relationship to educational institutions and the free flow of ideas. And that, especially when you're dealing with something that's as difficult to pin.
God, he's trying so hard. He's trying so hard to be like, I know you're not doing a censorship, but you're kind of doing a censorship. But you're not doing a censorship, but yet, Bill C-16 is living rent-free in his head.
Down and define, let's say, as critical race theory, because where's its boundaries, that poses a potential danger for the future. We don't want to establish government institutions that are heavy-handed in their sensorial capacity. So we'll go back to that. We'll go back to.
Okay. That's just, this feels so softball. It feels so softball. The next part we have here is Peterson apparently making some decent points in response to Rufo's insistence that America's the greatest nation on earth. And that's thanks to our free market system. Okay, let's take a listen.
What countries do it better? What countries would you rather model your society on? And then you start to actually have a practical view. So
I don't know, like New Zealand, probably. Altered Rin, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? I did not realize we were going to get back-to-back raids, but we got back-to-back raids. Y'all are fucking great. But, like, okay, Canada is a more functional country than we are when it comes to shit like healthcare and, you know, public good. New Zealand is a more functional country than we are there. Australia, in a lot of ways, is a more functional country than we are there. The United Kingdom, as backwards as it is, at least has the NHS. So, I don't know. Finland, Sweden, Germany. I'll take a lot of them over this. Let's take a listen.
Let me push back against that a little bit. So, because I'm trying to do what I can to argue for the other side, let's say.
Sure.
So I might say, well, these Western countries that you point to as pillars of freedom and democracy and wealth, and in terms of, let's say, the remediation of absolute privation, the reason that a small minority of people within them are hyper successful is because they oppress and dominate the others in that society and siphon off excess resources from them in a manner that's akin to theft. That's a Marxist perspective. And then the reason that the United States and Canada and Great Britain, let's say, are wealthy in the manner that they are, has nothing to do with the essential virtues of capitalism and the free market, and everything to do with the fact that they took all the land from the Native Americans, that they've been colonial nations, that they've exploited the third world, and that they've diverted resources that should have been more equitably distributed across the world and within their own societies for the benefit of a very small number of people. So,
okay, so it's not entirely inaccurate, but it's also kind of a bit of a caricature. So what happens here is Jordan Peterson is trying to devil's advocate, play Marxist here. And he's talking about, like, hey, despite all of the successes that have happened in our country, it would be better had those resources been allocated equitably as opposed to siphoned up to the very top, which feels like dismissing the successes of the world in favor of equal distribution, which can lead to technological stagnation. I feel that a stronger point would be to... If you really were trying to steelman a Marxist position here, a stronger point would be to point out that these same innovations happen under any economic system, not just capitalism. And capitalism has, in its own way, created stagnation because there is no reason to innovate on something when you can simply market something as innovative. If you can convince the populace that they need to buy your thing, you don't necessarily need to make a better thing. Just convince your populace that it's the new and greatest thing since sliced bread, even though your bread is a wheat loaf and that's a white loaf, and they're functionally very, very close to the same thing. You've not done a whole lot except change the bleaching process. But that's not the angle that it goes for. Let's hear Rufo's response.
That would be the counter position to the case that you were making.
That would, yeah, and it falls apart on really a basic scrutiny. So the idea, Marx.
Yeah, it falls apart on a basic scrutiny because it's a very basic version of the argument. There are other better ways to formulate that argument. As opposed to saying, innovation happens under capitalism, but wouldn't it be better if things were more fair? Point out that no, innovation would happen under socialism too. Innovation happens under all economic systems. Innovation happens more often when people are lazy and bored than anything else. And I'm not saying that because I'm trying to be snarky. No. Think about it. Why do we innovate? We innovate to make things more efficient. Why do we make things more efficient? Is it because we're amazingly creative individuals? No. It's because we're lazy people and we really like shortcuts. And we have this unique ability to say, if I do something very, very hard once and make it easy for myself every other time, life would be better. So capitalism means we control enough of the market you never have to innovate. True, you don't. I hate to be the person that does the whole, just look at the MCU thing, because I actually really like the MCU, but let's be honest, that is an avenue that hasn't had to do a whole lot of innovation because they've captured such a large part of the market. They know they will print money when they make things. It's how it works. Capitalism creates a system where people vote with their dollars, and therefore the people who have more dollars have more votes. Because the idea of competition under capitalism is to lead to monopoly. If you don't believe that happens, please look again at Disney. They have been creeping more and more towards a monopolistic power hold on the media industry in a long time, or for a long time.
Marxists talk a lot about the distribution of resources. They never quite talk about the production of resources. And in fact, all of them...
Okay, so most Marxists who I've talked to don't just talk about distribution, they do talk about the production of resources. You want to know how they talk about the production of resources? Because that's how those goods happen in the first place. Most conversations about workers' rights begin with understanding that the worker is responsible for the majority of the production. That's why, my guy. This again, it requires a straw man of it. And I'm not a fucking Marxist. I'm not a fucking Marxist, and yet, here we go. So these thought-provoking things are interesting when I'm not recording, MDH. Thank you for the 100 bits, though.
The Marxist systems throughout history, they're great at distribution because when you have all of the guns, you can take things from one person, give them to another. They're really bad at production.
Are they, though? Just out of curiosity. Okay, so let's look at previous systems of production. Let's just look at that for a minute here. So we have capitalism, where one person has all the capital, and he uses that capital to buy a factory. And that factory produces a shit ton of canned oranges, let's say. And that's the thing he's going to make his money off of, canned oranges. He doesn't pay his people a living wage, but they don't have anywhere else to work, so they work at the factory. 60, 70 hours if they need to. If they lose a finger or two, who the fuck cares? Might even be kids working there, who knows? Now, we all know this is shit that has happened in the United States, so before you try to say, that's a straw man, no, that's a thing that happened here. Freaking, we had a car assembly plant that recently was outed as having child labor at it. So, no, this is a thing that happens right now under our current system. That was in Alabama. So, we know that's... Now, let's change the economic mode. Let's change the mode to socialism as an idea. Socialism. So the workers own the means of production. Wow, wait, hold on. The workers own the means of what? It's almost as if, Rufo, the idea of production is innately ingrained into anything that is considered even remotely Marxist. I don't agree with Marx's idea of socialism in that it's a nice middle ground between where we are now and his idea of communism. I don't. For me, socialism would be a goal as opposed to a stepping stone. But, you know, that's just me. So, let's talk about that mode of production. What changes on the assembly line? Well, nothing. The factory's still there. How do we make the factory? Well, we would still need efficiency. Having a guild of peach canners, orange canners, the guild of canners. They could make, you know, they could have a shit ton of them employed at the canning factory or at random-ass tables, canning by hand, but eventually, just like the capitalist is going to go for more automated production to save on cost, the socialist is also going to go on more automated production because it's better for the labor force. Both capitalism and socialism and communism, all of them want automated labor, every one of them. The only difference is, in capitalism, with automated labor, nobody has the ability to make money anymore. But the people who own the automated production, they can make all the money they want because you have to buy their shit. Under socialism, when people actually democratically own that factory, instead of people just getting fired, those profits get split a little more evenly. There's not a CEO per se. There's not a business owner per se. Also, how's it going, Vivi? The factory is democratically owned amongst the workers. Is there still a leader? Absolutely. That's how a democracy works. You elect your leader. So that business being democratically owned means that there is a higher chance that as the business automates, instead of just laying off employees and cutting them off, resources are going to be allocated to make sure that the people who were running the business can keep on getting wages of some variety. Money is still trickling in towards them. And as every industry under socialism would be communally owned in some way, shape, or form, democratically controlled in some way, shape, or form, that would be the same across all industry. This is how we would get something like, say, universal basic income. Every guild coming together and saying, well, we could all provide wages to our workers, or we could all petition the government to have a universal basic income that comes through. We support the infrastructure of the economy by functioning, and the government has to take those necessary functions the guilds are performing and provide universal basic income for the workers. Now, under communism, there's just no money at all, and that's not a conversation to be had anyway, and I don't think that one's happening outside of Star Trek. But, point is, production is at the very heart of every single one of these things. Wealth distribution is part too. It's part and parcel, but the mode of production is at the heart of all of these economic systems. Vivi, thank you for the 100 bits. Alec Gunter, thank you so much for the raid. Also, Gunter, is that a Ready Player One reference? If so, awesome. Bardlock Moses, thank you very much for gifting a community sub. Bregwin, thank you for the 100 bits. Omega Shenron Dragon, thank you for the follow. Felicia Angel, thank you for the 200 bits. And Mint Kuro, thank you for the 100 bits as well. Said it's your name? Oh, sweet. Axolotls, thank you about the 100 bits as well. Queen Laura, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. Now, are any of these systems perfect? No. I'm just going to go ahead and shatter that idea right now. No, these economic systems are not perfect. Capitalism is not perfect. Socialism is not perfect. Communism is perfect, but that's more flaw than feature. It's a perfect utopian society that I do not think we can achieve. And if anybody believes we can achieve it, then by all means, provide me the method by which we would. Now, space communism, on the other hand, I mean, yeah, that's Star Trek. You think capitalism is less perfect than socialism? Well, yeah. Like, okay, so free market capitalism solves many problems that mercantile capitalism had, and socialism solves many problems that capitalism has. And communism solves all the problems, but again, I don't think we're ever getting that one. Capitalism unrestrained creates a fuck ton of problems. Like, again, Disney owning all of, not all, but most of the media industry. Bardlock Moses, thank you for gifting out a community sub. Omega Shenron Dragon, thank you for the 100 bits. So do you prefer democratic socialism? Well, there you go. Like, which economic system you prefer is a you thing. So what are your thoughts on nationalization? Like, nationalizing industries? I'd rather that to privatization, personally. So you want socialism and perhaps communism without the state? I mean, Insomniac Pen, communism without the state is just communism. Communism with the state isn't communism. Like, communism is a moneyless, classless, stateless society. You know, things like the power grid should be nationalized. Doesn't communism lack the state by definition? Yeah, that's... So what do you think about the current anti-monopoly laws? They're not good enough. Like, nationalization of industry is fine if the workers ultimately are the ones that control said industry, if they have a say in what goes on. Otherwise, you just get China's economic system. China's economic system, despite being owned by the Communist Party, they are a state capitalist structure. Like, their big industries are all owned by the state. I don't like that one as much either, because their government itself is not as democratic as it should be in any way, shape, or form. So having the state control those things is just having a different business owner at the top. That the USSR and China are not true communism. It's not that they're not true communism, it's that they aren't communism at all. They were and are countries ran by a communist government. A government that is ran by the Communist Party, but much like how if Bernie Sanders were to win his election, despite him being a leader who would be a democratic socialist, we wouldn't magically become a democratic socialist country. We'd still be a capitalist country. How's it going, my molecular bond bromance? And for Lorio, thank you for the follow. No one cares now. Thank you for the Prime subscription. That if you like socialist communism, you must love Venezuela. You pronouns having anarchist fascist. But let's continue on with the Jordan Peterson video. There's been a quick talk about economic systems, which I like doing, but let's go ahead and take a look at the next bit here, because there's some more stuff to talk about.
So imagine I'm invited to a university and I'm worried that there's going to be protests. And I worry because sometimes there are murderous people at those protests. It's no joke. And people get in my face and they threaten me, and physically as well as psychologically. And I'm not afraid of that, but it makes me so angry that I'm afraid of my own anger in situations like that. I joke with my security people that half of the reason they're there is to stop me from attacking other people. And I mean that, you know, it's a joke, but it's also not a joke.
It's a joke, but it's not a joke. I would physically harm a bunch of people around here, jokingly, but not a joke. I would definitely hurt them, truly speaking, but not literally. And only kind of literally, but jokingly literally. You know what I mean, right? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. It's just fucking Jordan. Come on, dude. Come on. How to say you have anger problems without saying you have anger problems, while saying you have anger problems. I understand if the conversation is about self-defense. Nobody wants to be attacked when they're going to go speak, but still.
And you're giving this kind of time-tested advice about how to grow up, how to take responsibility. And it makes a difference in people's lives. And I think the reason why the left is so upset with you, maybe the reason they're so upset with me in the same token, is that they're trying to give advice to the working class that will end up destroying their lives.
Let's go and stop that one right there. No, it's not. It's not that we're trying to give advice that will destroy their lives, and Jordan Peterson's advice is just so much better, and we've got to attack him because his advice is so much better than ours, and we just can't handle him in the marketplace of ideas. No, that's not how this works, Rufo. The issue is not that. The issue is this. Jordan Peterson built his entire fame off of opposing Bill C-16 in Canada. What Peterson wants is a world where he can actively misgender and harm trans people under the guise of free speech. That's what he wants. I don't give a shit about Peterson's 12 rules for life. I don't give a shit about his whole, if you want to change the world, just clean your room first. I don't give a shit about that. Because if I gave a shit about that, then I'd be making a video about that song Dream Made, where he said the exact same shit. I would be doing that. I don't care about that. I care about the fact that Jordan Peterson, and hopefully this has been evidenced by all the videos that I've done in regards to him, I care about the fact that the world he advocates for is one where minorities are harmed more often. The world he advocates for when he talks about things like enforced monogamy. The world he advocates for when he advocates against things like Bill C-16. When he argues that he should be able to misgender someone repeatedly to the point of harassment. And given that he's a public figure, creating a world where his constituents will also harass trans people. That's the world he wants to create. Because in his mind, that is a world that maximizes free speech. I don't want that world. I know that, more free speechier. Morest freest of speechers. But yeah, no, Vivi's got it right there. They think society will be destroyed if the status quo isn't maintained. No. I think Jordan Peterson is convinced that there's a cabal of people that want his head. However, he created the world in which that cabal exists. It was a self-fulfilling prophecy from the beginning. This can be said about most every type of content creator who ever exists. We create a world where our fans and our haters exist. They would not exist if we were not content creators in the first place. But uniquely, Jordan's situation is one where he has argued against the rights of people and therefore created a world where those people want to defend their rights. But let's continue.
You're trying to give advice to working class people that will make their lives better. And it exposes the fraudulence of their ideas. It exposes the hypocrisy of their position. And it really exposes the kind of vengeful heart of their ideology. And to me,
vengeful heart of the ideology. So I have a question. If you supported public policies and practices that led to a more racist world, a world where your minority group, whether it be racial, whether it be gendered, I don't know, I don't care, was oppressed more, would that not breed vengeance? Would you not be creating a world where you would be more vengeful? Like, I know that the immediate response is to go, what are you talking about? There's no vengeance in any of these ideologies, but no, I'm willing to agree there are. But I'm also willing to accept that that vengeance isn't necessarily misplaced. Think about the amount of times that someone like Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Jordan Peterson, Chris Rufo, Marjorie Taylor Greene, any of them, has advocated for a world that would slight you. Should you act on that vengeance? No, that's not productive. But would that vengeance in your heart be understandable? Unfortunately, yes. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You piss and moan about the enemies you've created, but you literally build the world where those enemies are naturally going to get created. I don't understand.
That's really what converted me out of the left. I can't spend any more time.
Oh boy, how I left the left. We always get here. We always get here. How I left the left, everybody.
Time with these phony people. And
phony people, says the guy who created an entire facsimile of a campaign. So, we then get back to Jordan Peterson talking about his fears that Rufo's threatening academic freedom. Let's see where that goes.
Policymakers, including you, despite the wide grounds for our agreement, talk about how legislatures can now intervene, and I know they're doing that anyway, right? That's part of your point. How they can intervene in terms of funding to stop subsidizing ideas that are deemed undesirable. But, you know, that brings up, I don't say I have a solution to this, by the way, but it brings up the specter of producing a government bureaucracy who regards it as its mission to police intellectual content. So how do we thread that needle, do you think?
A couple different ways. First, I think you have to take a step back and really assess the status quo. There's this kind of, again, what I think of as a myth or a delusion among many of my friends, even on the center right or maybe the libertarian right, where they say, no, we don't meddle with the government, we don't meddle with the bureaucracy, we don't meddle with public universities. That's an infringement on, so-called academic freedom, that's an infringement on the free market, etc. But when you say we're going to take a kind of non-interventionist approach in a government agency, that government agency will be filled by people who have vastly different values than you do, and they have no qualms about intervening. So you seed the plan.
So I agree with this point, actually. I hate to say it, I agree with this point. Do you want to know why I agree with this point? Do you know how many times I've advocated for people who watch my channel to get involved in your local politics? Whether it be something as little as going to meet your representative to communicate your fears to them, communicate the things you want changed in your district, in your state. If you have the ability to, even if it's something as small as getting on like the Board of Education, local one, just like for your city, do it. Not everybody can have a big Twitter following, a big YouTube following, a big Instagram following. Not everybody can influence people with their words on a great scale, but you don't have to do that. And there's even argument that things like what I do here on this platform aren't very effective at changing the world around us. But getting involved in your local politics, talking to your local representative, being part of their team, doing phone banking. What's another one that's really easy to do? Oh, right. Literally looking online to see what positions need to be filled in your local, like, city government. Those are things you can do. You want to go protest? Fine, go do it. But if you want to be effective, if you really want to be effective, sit in the middle of one of those public meetings. Try to get elected. Run your own local campaign. These are things you can do if you have the time. VBChat says literally go to town hall. There are people there who can help you figure that out. There are organizations that are literally built to allow you to learn how to do this. Run for Something is an organization that's entire premise is getting people at the local level into politics. It's a thing you can do. Because yes, people who do not share your values are already doing that. People who do not agree with you, people who would rather have your rights stripped away, they're already doing all of this. Praxis, thank you very much for the follow. You can also get involved in various campaign agencies. The Human Rights Campaign, I guarantee you they're looking for volunteers. Or funding. Anything. You have the ability to do shit. And I'm not saying that it's like, we're in a democracy. Animaniacs told me it was time to vote. No, voting is literally, voting is the least of what you can do. It is the smallest thing you can do. There's so much more you can do. But let's continue.
Playing field, you cede the territory to your enemies. And so the conservative or someone who wants to change these institutions has to recognize that these are fundamentally political questions. There's no abstract and totally disconnected intellectual freedom in the public university. You have intellectual freedom under the First Amendment as an individual citizen, but you don't have license to do whatever you want with a permanent taxpayer subsidy, even if you're violating the spirit of the law, violating the letter of the law, violating the will of the voters through their state representatives.
Again, I hate to say it, but in this case, I actually agree with Rufo. I do. But let's start getting into things I disagree with again, because those are much more fun. Malarkey says, Jordan B. Peterson shows signs of early form schizophrenia, like how he's kind of paranoid, and I get that, but I'm not going to play armchair psychologist or psychiatrist. I'm not. Yeah. Rallies, I agree with Vivi in the chat. The function of a rally is to raise awareness for a topic, but a rally itself does not initiate change. It raises awareness. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and say it. Riots do it too, because they tend to get noticed by the news more. Is that good necessarily? No, I'm not saying it's a good thing to go and fucking riot. I'm just saying statistically, the news pays attention to them more, as evidenced by here in Atlanta, several BLM rallies happening with no news coverage up until a Wendy's got burned down. Like, literally, the news would not cover the rallies until something fucked up. And I hate that, because we shouldn't live in that kind of world. But we live in the world where if it bleeds, it reads. If it bleeds, it leads. I hate that. That's also reality. And we don't get to engage in an idealistic world. We don't get to live in an idealistic world. We live in a fucked up one that we have to work around how it functions as best we can. Bad press is still press, same for VTubers. Yeah, that's why I'm not covering the freaking misogynistic VTuber that I interacted with on Twitter, who tried to say that that women shouldn't be allowed to talk in churches. I am decidedly not naming him or covering him, because I've already had the conversation with him on Twitter. That one doing the Bible quoting? Yes. Yeah. Would that he had more notoriety, but no.
Production right now that is now being dominated by a specific ideology and then using the transmission belt of the institutions in order to corrupt them, in order to achieve dominance over them. That was their strategy that they laid out in the early 1990s in critical race theory and queer theory, for example. I think the two most prominent theories that we're grappling with today.
You mean the only two that you've done reports on? The two boogeymen you've constructed. Don't worry, there'll be a third one when you're done fucking with trans people.
And they've achieved this. But the key takeaway and the key thing I've been working on, I'm really trying to explain, is that when ideology becomes attached to administrative power in a permanent and meaningful way, you have a revolution. That is the definition of a revolution.
No. What? No, a revolution requires there to be something bottom up. Not a currently existing administration getting ideology attached to it. That's such a fucking overly simplistic idea of a revolution. This is a way to try to argue that the left is destroying your industries and taking over your women or some shit. Look, do you want to know an ideology that has been attached to a political party for a long time? Puritanical conservative Christianity has been attached to republicanism for a very long time. Is that a revolution? No, by almost no definition, it's not. But by all means, it is necessarily, definitionally, the thing he said. So that sounds like a pretty lame revolution. Yeah, it sounds like a bunch of parents angry at their 90s kids.
A kind of disruptive ideology achieves administrative and bureaucratic power. So we're in actually those conditions today. We're in the midst of a kind of soft, superstructural, cultural revolution. And the goal for conservatives should be to sever that connection between those ideologies and bureaucratic power. You can't do that through mere persuasion. You can't do that through mere intellectual discussion or debate.
So at least we agree you can't change society this way through debate. You can't. You can't do it through discussion. I would like to, but we can't. This is the reason why, for instance, I'm not going to debate a Holocaust denier. I'm not. What's the point? What's gained? Is that an idea that we should allow within the marketplace of ideas to battle it out in intellectual superiority? No, that's not how this fucking works. There are certain ideologies that only deserve one thing, and that is to be laughed at, to be mocked off the stage. Because they've had their time in the marketplace. And they've fucking expired. But, one last bit before we end this segment here. Let's go ahead and pull it up after I get the volume fixed. Whee!
Yeah, well, how do you know, for example, how do you know that your attempts aren't going to degenerate rapidly, let's say in 10 years, into something that's indistinguishable from a persecution of those who hold, for temperamental reasons, let's say, political views that tilt them towards the left? I'm not saying that you would do that, although I would say it's hard to resist the temptation, you know, especially given that the playing field right now is so bloody lopsided. You know, that does set up the desire to level the playing field. The problem with leveling the damn playing field is you tend to level the players, you know, and so I don't, yeah, go ahead.
Here's what I think the ideal is. I think it's important for us to kind of reflect on, okay, well, let's solve these practical problems. Sure, there's no guarantee, right? There's no guarantee. I think the only guarantee is that it's an experiment that could be better than the status quo and likely would be better.
Yeah, well, how?
Except it's not. Here's the thing, though. What he's advocating for is the status quo. Anti-trans stuff, that is the status quo. Anti-gay stuff, for the longest time, that was the status quo. 50 years ago, racism was the status quo.
There's,
like, when you do this going to bat for conservatism, You're just replacing one status quo with one we've already had before that fucking failed. We've had the anti-gay status quo. It doesn't need to be there. We've had the anti-black status quo. It doesn't need to be there. We have the anti-trans status quo, and it is equally atrophied and useless. This is why I love... There's an older meme. I'm going to pull it up real quick. Hold on. Jordan Peterson, radical idea. Let me see if I can find the picture. There's a lovely meme that illustrates this perfectly, if I can find it. I don't think I'll be able to find it, though. Okay. Then I'll just have to... Oh, there we go. There we go. Found it. Took me a second. He's got all these cool new ideas, like Christian conservatism. This is an old meme. But Jordan Peterson, especially now that he's working for the Daily Wire, has been exemplifying this meme quite a lot lately. These are the same people that say Jordan Peterson isn't right-wing. But his ideas just happen to be the same as most of the right-wing Republicans in the United States. It's pure coincidence. So, God, he's with the Daily Wire? I had no idea. Yep. He's with the Daily Wire now. As he would be. Yeah, what a wild and wacky coincidence. Whoa! Hey! But this is a long one. I didn't expect this video to stretch out to 57 minutes of analyzing, to be fair, a very long conversation between Jordan Peterson and Chris Rufo. And I'm glad that we were able to analyze both of them because I've spent enough time analyzing them individually. Getting them both in a room together, so to speak, is at least a little enlightening. But with that said, let me know what you guys think in the comment section below. I'm sure there's a lot of stuff in this debate, or not debate, in this conversation that I've missed. I'm sure there's important bits that I have not covered. So maybe let me know what bits those are in the comment section below. With all that said, though, as always, everyone, insert end of video tagline here. Ugh. You as well, BB. So smart. I am a dum-dum. I am made of the stupid. I have 2 brain cells, and they have been doing their best just to keep me breathing. No, I mean literally, I'm sick as fuck still. Like, from the conversation we had, was it last night or 2 days ago? I'm still sick. But I also recognize that I don't have the ability to just not work. I can't take time off. So, here we go. Okay, so the brain cells are in Dabooba. Are they? Let me check. Nah. No brain cells there. Only stupid. Oh my god, it has move window. It does. Thank you for the 100 bits, Vivi. Let me go ahead and get the fan art set up for the next video because, I'm not going to be super happy about this one. This one's not going to be great. Okay. Alrighty. So, you guys remember how my channel got that channel strike? And then I wasn't able to upload for a week? And then I had a conversation with YouTube on Twitter about the channel strike. Well, I went ahead and escalated that and had a conversation with not only random YouTube person on Twitter, but a couple of YouTube representatives in private. And I've got the chat logs from those representatives, and we're going to discuss them now. There was a question posed on my last video about this. Don't you think YouTube's going to strike you for this? The answer is, I don't know, but I also think it's important to talk about the issues that YouTube is having, because these are not issues that only I am dealing with. This is not about me. Now that my strike is gone, I'm fairly certain I'm not going to get another strike again in the next 3 to 6 months, so I'm largely unaffected at this point. I had the 1 week of lost revenue, and that is painful, but that's not the end of the world for me. But I'm not the only creator on this platform, and there's plenty of people who are dealing with YouTube's tomfoolery just like I am. But let's get to the fan art section, and then we'll stop monologuing. This one is from Kidderdoodle. Have a cursed thing from the topic today. Catgirl Matt Powell. They transed my gender. The next one we have here is from Shady Shion. All models I've made Cirrus so far. So typically I don't tend to use models that have been submitted as fan art, which is why these haven't been actually utilized on the channel. But models as fan art is a unique and really cool way of doing fan art stuff. So we have this version right here, a very comfortable Cirrus. We have a Cirrus in Tifa's garb from Final Fantasy VII. And then, of course, the same garb, but as Slime Cirrus. And that is amazing. Thank you very much, Shady Shion, for those. The last one we have here is another one from Kidderdoodle. The conversation between me and Viced Rhino that got used as a thumbnail. But today's topic, gender. I really like this piece, especially because I like fan art of me and Viced Rhino doing stuff. Because I like doing twit tweets with him. It's great. That said, as always, thank you all for your fan art submissions. If you want your fan art to be shown in a future video, the best way to do so is to drop it into the fan art section of the Discord. With that said, let's get right into the video itself after you hit subscribe and the bell notification icon, and also check out Patreon. Okay, cool. So, I decided to have a conversation with YouTube, and this conversation was had via mobile, so that will reflect in how it flows. The second conversation is had via PC. The first one was had when I was trying to get Thumper to a vet clinic, and then found out that nobody took rabbits, and the ones that did take rabbits were definitely not able to take him in time, because they had 2 weeks out. Long story short, and I hate that this is the way y'all are finding out about this, Thumper is no longer with us. He got an eye infection, and it took him within 24 hours. There was literally nothing we could do in that amount of time. We tried. We had him in the car, taking him to the vet, and no one would take him. That sucks, but that is the context for this conversation happening in mobile. So, that said, conversation begins. I join the conversation. My lovely interlocutor here says, "My name is Sige. How are you doing?" I said, "I'm not doing terribly great, but hopefully yours is going well. How can I help you?" I pointed out I had a channel strike. And I pointed out that I requested a timestamp for when where the information could be presented, because I had been given the runaround so often in the conversation on Twitter. Now, they said that, thank you for bringing this up. They just wanted to clarify, would you like to know the reason and timestamp of the community guidelines strike that you've received? Yes. I was told that I, gave medical misinformation on the video, and I would prefer knowing what misinformation I gave. Can you confirm the video URL? And here's a long version of me not being able to find it because I was on mobile. Found the video URL, and of course, for those who do not know, that goes to the video I did with Cooney that has been removed for violating YouTube's community guidelines. Can you send me the full screenshot of the email that you received? That screenshot I've already shown on the previous video about my channel strike, so this is not new information. So, they said, "Hey, would you mind if I place you on hold? I have to review my resources to help further. I found this is a thing that they always do." How's it going, Suzu? This is a thing that they always do. They said, "I'm reviewing the video as well as the information we have for the community guidelines strike, and here is what I found out. I've gone back and forth on your channel as well as the email, and it appears that we do not have specific information in regards to the timestamp you are requesting. What I can share instead is this Help Center article about the medical misinformation policy, so that you know what kinds of content are applicable. And of course, I've already gone over that document. In fact, I went over that document on the last video I did about said channel strike. So this is not new. They said, thank you for understanding, and I pointed out, this does not help me. I have reviewed the policies, and I hold that I have not violated them. It should be on YouTube to show where the misinformation happened. I can't just trust that I've done something wrong, and it's up to me to figure it out. They go, I understand where you're coming from, and we want to make sure that all the information is provided. In regards to the timestamp, we do not have access to view such information since the content is being reviewed as a whole. We highly encourage you to go through your content and read through the Help Center article about the policy to know more about the information that is not allowed and considered as medical misinformation. You can also visit this link to learn more. And of course, there's the link. Certain types of misleading, deceptive content with serious risk of egregious harm are not allowed on YouTube. This contains certain amount of misinformation that can cause real-world harm, like promoting harmful remedies or treatments, certain types of technically manipulated content, or content interfering with democratic processes. Anything else? And I said, well, that type of guidance wouldn't help an employee after a write-up or a child after a scolding. With no knowledge of what was said, am I just to blindly assume that anything I said in the video could potentially be misinfo? If the video has been reviewed, then there should have been a statement somewhere in the video that was categorically misinformation. To which they say, unfortunately, we cannot provide any advice on how you should create your content. I recommend you visit the exact same information about misinfo. I said if I gave misinfo, I didn't know it was misinfo. As such, reviewing my own video again will give me no extra insight. I've already reviewed the policy and hold that I've not violated it in the video. To which they said, I understand where you're coming from, which is why I suggest that you visit the links. Blah, 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 blah. Do you have any other questions? I asked for an emailed version of the transcript, pointed out we'd be talking in circles, and that was the end of that conversation. Not super productive. Stand2234, thank you very much for the follow. Not a very productive conversation. Not helpful in any way, shape, or form, and borderline identical to the conversation that we had on Twitter. Now, yes, Anubian points out that YouTube can identify the timestamp for when you violate copyright, so why can't they show the timestamp for when you violate misinformation? And I would like to know that as well, because again, there are people that are not just me who need to be able to have access to that kind of information. It would be incredibly helpful, don't you know? But let's go ahead and take a look at the next one, because there's more to see here. Unfortunately. Said Rachel Oates went through this when she made a video on anti-vaxxers. Her video is basically pro-vaccination and pro-science, and YouTube still removed her video. Yep. That's how it works. So let's continue. Ram has joined the conversation, and unfortunately, Ram is the incorrect waifu. Ram is better. Anyways. Hi, my name is Ram. I am definitely not the last person you talked to. How are you doing today? I said I could be better. I'm having a bit of a disagreement with YouTube about my channel at the moment. So, here's the video that was struck for medical misinfo. I've asked in the past if we could get the video looked at so that I could get a timestamp for when I gave misinfo. If I could figure out what misinfo actually happened. I've not received a timestamp or any clarification about what I did wrong, only assurances that you definitely did something wrong. Trust us. Note, this is 3 days apart. All things considered, I don't trust you, so I'd like to request an escalation for my case and a new review of the video, done by a human, specifically with information on what I did wrong, when and how, and what words were said that were wrong. They responded, I totally understand that you're having an issue about this issue regarding your video. I know how important this is to you. Don't worry, this is all customer service speak. Just to confirm, is this your channel? Yup. Thank you. To help better with this concern, I'll need to check on this matter. Could I place you on hold for 3 to 5 minutes? Well, yeah, I let the last person do that with me. Why not this one? Thank you for patiently holding. I appreciate your time and patience. For this one, can you give me at least 3 to 5 minutes for this? Sure, I can do that. Again? Can you send me a screenshot of the message that was sent by our internal team? Sent the image. I mean the email that was sent by our internal team to your email address. Sent that one as well. Please give me a few moments. Just to confirm, this is just a warning. No, it was a channel strike. Well, if it was a channel strike, you can process an appeal so that our internal team can review the video. Boy, howdy, gee willikers. Boy, I would love to submit an appeal. I wonder what happened the last time I submitted that appeal. Oh, wait. That appeal got rejected. Despite the fact that I submitted it, and now no further appeal is possible. You know what this tells me? They didn't look at the fucking video. Because if they looked at the video or the channel at all internally, they would see this right here, the rejected appeal. The information that is publicly available to them because they are YouTube. So, I said, well, I've already done that, as evidenced in the email I sent you, because I sent an email with a screenshot of the appeal. I've already followed up on that, as evidenced by the chat that I sent you. I am requesting to escalate the issue. Ram responds, did you already receive a notification from our internal team about the appeal? Yep. Please hold. Upon checking, the enforcement action on your content has already been appealed in our community guidelines. We know this is disappointing news, but it is our job to make sure that YouTube is a safe place for everyone. I understand that you reviewed the content. As you've reviewed the content, it should be very easy to provide a timestamp that details when I gave misinfo in the video. Correct? I hate to tell you this, but if you reviewed my video, you know where I fucked up in the video. So by all means, please tell me where in the video I fucked up. That would be helpful info. We hope you take the time to review our community guidelines because the content violates our misinformation policies. We encourage you to review this policy closely. Well, I would assume that information would be on record. Otherwise, you could just take any video and strike it for any reason without being truthful. This is where I started to lose my patience. I know the guidelines. I repeat, give me a timestamp. I totally understand that, but at the moment we are not allowed to provide the timestamp where there's misinformation. To which I responded, so you can't show me in the video where I gave misinfo. How in the world is that policy? You can tell me I messed up, but not how, why, when, or where. You can give me no information in the slightest. How is that the policy? How does that not create a working environment that is incredibly hostile for creators? Well, on our end, we're not allowed to provide any information about the timestamp of the video. It's our internal team's job to review appeals from creators like you. I understand that, so my question is this. How would I go about getting that, then? The internal team reviews this, right? So then, how do I get in contact with the internal team? How do I do that? That very important evidence that I did indeed break the rules should be there, so allow me to learn how to not repeat this. Because at this point, I have no idea what I even said to trigger the review. I need direction. Ram responds, I totally understand, but unfortunately I cannot provide this type of information. Also, we don't have the specific information on our end. You need to relay to the information provided by our internal team. What information? This? Because this isn't fucking helpful. None of this is helpful. I've already relayed to that information, and nothing has helped. I said that information does nothing and gives me nothing. This is why I asked for an escalation and another review by someone higher up. Unfortunately, we cannot escalate this to our internal team, because the decision is final. Well, why is the decision final, and why can't I get information on it? So I said, I just have to accept that no one, despite having watched the video, can identify where misinfo happened. Sadly, yes. That's where I said I think we're done here. I hope I was able to clear all your concerns and questions. Is there anything else? No. Thank you for contacting YouTube. Please take a moment to give us your feedback. So let's do this here. Extremely dissatisfied. Provide more relevant information. I was not satisfied because I was told I gave misinfo in a... Not missing, no. Jesus Christ. In a video. I was not told what kind, when it happened, or any information that could help me in any way whatsoever. The information provided was useless. I need information that is apparently exclusive to the internal team. Has the issue you contacted us about been resolved? No. So now we'll submit it. And we'll see what happens. Oh, don't worry. They at least didn't send us that one for this version of the conversation. Just this one. Which was weird. But anyways. The point is, YouTube is supposed to be a place where creators can create content. YouTube is also supposed to be a safe place where misinfo is not going to be spread amongst people. I believe that these two things can exist in harmony. However, the content creators are not omniscient. We do not always know when we are spreading misinfo and what kind of misinfo we are spreading. So, when we spread misinfo on this content creation platform, I believe YouTube needs to be reformed in such a way that it will actually identify where and when the misinfo happened and timestamp it exactly as it would for a copyright strike. If a timestamping system is available for copyright maneuvers, then why the fuck is it not available for medical misinfo? I imagine that all of the same aspects are at play, except for the fact that, wouldn't you know it, it's easier for a bot to recognize when a song is playing than a lie is being said. But I bet you YouTube relies on bots for more of the human reviews than they let on. And this is a way for them to continue to skirk that responsibility to its creators. My strike is not important. However, it's not just a me thing. There have been creators on this platform that have received multiple back-to-back strikes because of broken systems that YouTube has when it comes to sending in mass reports on a channel, when it comes to reporting for misinformation that isn't there, or when it comes to the bots randomly striking. There are people who have been struck for videos they did 8 years ago when the rules they were working under were different rules than the rules that exist now. This is a thing in YouTube that needs to change. Razor Sharp Gaming, thank you very much for the subscription. Stuff like this is disheartening to new content creators. Hopefully we can get them fixed up soon. I hope so too. I would like to live in a world where YouTube gets their shit together, but I don't think they're going to. Yeah, YouTube subscribes to security through secrecy. They don't want people to game their systems. And I get that. But only to a degree. There's a point where that secrecy creates a hostile work environment for the people who are working under them. For the people who are 1099 under them. Like me and every other paid YouTuber on this platform. BPVT, thank you for the subscription. Said, hi, Cirrus. I understand your frustration with YouTube, but try not to be too mean to the customer support there. They're just spewing bullshit policy they've been given. Unfortunately, if they are the only person that I can talk to, then they're going to get the brunt of my Karening. I could have been incredibly rude in these conversations. I could have called the individual customer support agents completely useless. I did not. But I understand where you're coming from, and I want to agree with you. It would help to have access to the internal team, the people who actually made these decisions. But, that said, unfortunately, that's where I have to end this saga for now. I'm not going to be having a repeat conversation with YouTube as far as I know, and if for some reason I do have another one, then another video will be made in this particular saga of episodes. But for the time being, I think I'm just going to have to let it rest. Apparently they can't escalate my issue, and they can't give me any information. So let me know what you think in the comments section below. And if you want to support the channel, there's always subscribing. And there's always Patreon. But as always, everyone, insert end of video tagline here. Well, the crap says, hope this gets worked out, though it's hard to see anything changing unless there's something that happens with Musk or Bezos lawyer team money. One can probably prove that moderation plays favorites, or that ones can outmaneuver like Call can dodge the rules. Yep. I've just had to work for a bunch of stupid companies with brain-dead policies, and it's frustrating to be on the receiving end from it. I can understand that. I can understand that. We'll have a palate cleanser here.
Hey, it's literally 2 in the morning. I woke up suddenly from my slumbers with minions on my mind. Minions are evilly motivated, and they are not so easily dispensed with. Being black, I think that breasts literally do not exist. I am straight, although who knows when push comes to shove. Twitter is a platform. I tweeted several thousand low-resolution screenshots of gay porn. Within hours, I was banned again. Why? I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, and finally 6. I would rather die than die. Bruh. All dicks are exceptionally tiny except mine, which is almost 1 inch at minimum. Minions are valid. Sex is bad. LOL, LMFAO, bro, bruh, dude. Hey, it's literally 2 in the morning. I woke up suddenly from my slumbers.
It's fucking amazing. I love this. What's the next one? There's another one here.
Whatever happened to sex? By the way, I'm gay. There is simply no way I would ever have sex with a woman. I saw a video the other day of a man in his underwear and speaking as a gay professional that was objectively hot. Let me make myself perfectly clear. I need penis or I will commit suicide. It's no joke. I am desperate to come. And second, first, whatever happened to sex? By the way, I'm gay. There is simply no way I would ever have sex with a woman. I saw a video the other day of a man in his underwear and speaking as a gay professional that was objectively hot. Let me make myself perfectly clear. I need penis or I will commit suicide. It's no joke. I am desperate to come. And second, first, whatever happened to sex?
There we go. I've had fun with that. Beppis. Don't make me laugh. I cough and it hurts. It's the come all over again. Yes, it is. So what is your political view? I'm a lefty. I consider myself a socialist. I would prefer the workers own the means of production as opposed to those bits of capital being owned by a select few people. I would prefer companies not engage in monopoly, which I think is the natural end goal of most competition under capitalism. So, yeah. That's me. That's where I sit. Let's call up more accounts. That's fair. So if we can get a big billionaire-owned enterprise shunted off of YouTube. I don't really know where I stand other than just despise Rethuglicas since W. I think YouTube gives the Markiplier example with just shunt Fox CBS. Oi, 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 oi. You don't want to have a system where you get X big and you're banned for life. Yeah. I got X big and I was banned from the buffet. I ate too much of the sushi. It was too good. It was delicious. I'm just kidding. Buffet sushi is largely garbage, but I ate it anyway. I had to eat it. Ah. I have to blow my nose again. God damn it. Ah. How do you know the YouTube Twitter combo wasn't a bot? I have no idea. I have no way of knowing, which is why I went on to their live chat system and tried that instead. I decided to go there instead. Shark discovered Ray Comfort today. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Shark's a Christian too. He should have a field day with that. You learned today. Well, remember, Shark doesn't engage with like atheist YouTube because Shark's a Christian, a very progressive Christian, but still a Christian. So it's not his can of worms. Okay. We got one last topic to cover, and it's the Ben Shapiro one. You want to hear a dark joke? No, sure, why not? Most of my existence is that. Never rains, it pours, basically. I feel awful, so I'm going to be fighting to get through this video, but I have to. Okay. Okay. So, Ben Shapiro has made a video called The Atheist Delusion. And I have not gotten a chance to listen to it or watch it, but I honestly think that with a title like that, we need to. That's less a video and more a podcasty thing, so there's not going to be a whole lot of visuals in this one. Pretend the Gyarados back there is Ben Shapiro, and we'll run with that. But first, as always, the fan art section. The first one here is from Mathematical Cabbage. Confused/concerned cat girl Matt Powell. A fun way to learn a new program. It's cursed. It's cursed. Why is cat girl Matt Powell hot? Get it away from me. Next one we have is from Lunar Muse Serenity. A little different than my usual, but I am experimenting. This is an incredibly symmetrical piece. I like it. The last one we have here is from Salem with an S. Work in progress of Cirrus with little buns. Aw. Little buns. We go. Said Gyarados is better than Ben Shapiro by a significant margin. Well, you can't imagine Ben Shapiro as a Magikarp going, I swear to God, hypothetically speaking, for the sake of argument, if I were to evolve right now, would I bite your head off? You can't imagine that? Because I can. As always, everyone, if you want your fan art to be shown in a future video, and I thank you for those who have submitted your fan art, please consider dropping your fan art into the fan art section of the Discord. With that said, if you haven't hit the like button or subscribed already, please consider doing so, and even check out the Patreon if you haven't already. With that said, debunked, the Atheist Delusion.
You're about to listen to the audio-only version of my hit series, Debunked. That's right, there is video, but it's only viewable on the Daily Wire. So if you enjoy this episode, head on over to dailywire.com/subscribe to gain access to both seasons, plus so much more.
No, we're not going to be doing that, so we're stuck with audio-only Ben Shapiro. So, come
Use
on,
promo code
Gyarados.
DEBUNKED for 20% off. When you do anything in life...
Wait, no, you've... no! Damn it! He plugged! That means we have to do it. Ben Shapiro, have you considered instead going to ddlgplayground.com? You could use my coupon code SIRS to get 10% off literally anything there. I'm saying that because if you like my content, then, you know, you can go pleasure yourself with something from the store, and it'll be great for you. But if you don't like it, then, I don't know, go find something there to go fuck yourself with and plug your mouth and your ass. But use my coupon code. Just because you hate me doesn't mean you need to spend more money. That'd be dumb, right? Axolotls of Cream, thank you for the owl. Owl. Maybe if he goes there, his wife will finally get wet. Jeebus.
There is one way to do it, and then maybe there's a smarter way to do it. You might already be investing in cryptocurrency, but did you know you can trade Bitcoin, Ethereum, and over 80
Oh my God. Stop with the plugs.
paperwork? Alto makes investing in crypto and an alternative investment opportunity. So here's the thing. You're paying way too much for gas.
Oh my God.
Download the free Upside app. Use promo code Shapiro. That is promo code Shapiro. Again,
How many plugs is he gonna do? I mean, I'm not upset with doing too many plugs because, like, I watch Illuminati and Blair does 3 plugs a video. But just why? Stop.
here's a great way. Download that Upside Down or more on...
There we go.
Listen, there's no way to blame people who don't believe in God because they've experienced enormous amounts of personal pain. God is apart from human beings, and if we understood the mind of God, then we would be like God in his totality, which we are not. That does not mean that you're not feeling the pain that you are feeling. It doesn't mean you don't have a right to feel angry at God. But understand that the struggle with God is a part of religion itself. Being a religious believer is the consistent struggle with the logic of the universe, and that seems to me a deeper and more fulfilling struggle than simply pretending the universe has no meaning at all.
Well, nobody's saying the universe has no meaning at all. Wait, hold on. Does Ben believe that atheists just pretend the universe has no meaning? Also, it is a dumb struggle. Like, there's things that seem to be very obvious to people who are not God. Like, if a God is infinitely creative, then he can invent a world that doesn't have child cancer. That's a pretty easy thing for God to do, but your God, being all-knowing and infinitely creative, couldn't conceive of such a weird world, so... Okay. Anyways, let's continue.
God, according to atheists, is an unnecessary hypothesis. The universe just is. We just are. There's no reason to search for a creator, to posit that he cares about us, to suggest that there is some higher power that bridges the gap from what is to how things ought to be.
Not necessarily. So, here's the thing. There are plenty of atheists who are okay with pursuing those questions, pursuing those mysteries. They just believe, like I believe, that when you say that you've got it right, you're wrong.
You say, there's a God. I say, can you prove that? You say no. I say, I don't believe you then.
Atheism is more than mere agnosticism, which suggests that it is impossible to know whether God exists.
No, that's not what agnosticism suggests. Holy feckin' shit. Okay, so agnosticism is the functional middle ground. It's the suspension of belief. An agnostic might say that it's impossible to know, but that is not necessarily agnosticism. If we're talking about pure philosophical definitions, then agnosticism is merely the suspension of belief. And atheism is, yes, the positive assertion that God does not exist, in philosophical terms. Now, there are more colloquial terms of atheism that are used by a great majority of people, and most people who I talk to tend to lean on that definition of atheism. Not necessarily that atheism is a positive claim that God does not exist, but that atheism itself is the suspension of disbelief, or the suspension of belief. Whichever side of that conversation you fall on, I stopped caring a long time ago. I did videos on that ages ago, and I don't give a shit anymore. More about it in the comment section. Talk about my definitions of atheist. I don't care.
By that definition of agnosticism, many religious people are agnostic. Atheism, however, adamantly...
Again, yeah, that definition of agnosticism would be that. This is the issue that I ran into with like the anti-theist label, right? So for a long time, I used the anti-theist label for myself to describe me as somebody who was anti-religious harm. But by that logic, a lot of religious people who are theistic were also anti-theists. And that didn't work out too terribly well for really anyone. But okay, let's continue.
Opposes the idea of a God who stands behind nature.
You scorn churches and the concept of God. Are these accurate criticisms?
Yes. Atheism often claims...
Depends on who you're talking to.
...that religion corrupts mankind.
If you want to make good people do wicked things, you'll need religion.
That the notion of a God blinds...
I disagree with Hitchens on that, actually. I disagree wholeheartedly. I think you can get good people to do wicked things without religion. Because Hitchens, and this is where you're going to get the atheist content creator going against Hitchens a lot in this video. Hitchens' assumption and assertion that religion is actually the factor there, I disagree. Authoritarianism and ideology are the issues there. To get a good person to do bad things, all you need to do is get them to subscribe to an ideology that comes in conflict with the good person they want to be. A person might not be a racist, but if they have been convinced that it just so happens that despite there being no difference between them, a white person, and someone else, a black person, but that black person is necessarily part of an invasive force, they might not see that individual black person as a problem. But they'll no less end up engaging in racist behavior towards them. This individual person may not be a bad person, but they're going to start making decisions that make it seem like they are a bad person. They're going to start making harmful decisions. The ideology was what was required there. Religion necessarily has ideology baked into authoritarianism, depending on which religion we're talking about. But again, this is more evidence to my point and less to Hitchens. Oh no, I find myself arguing against Hitchens in a Ben Shapiro video. Whatever will we do?
Men to the truths around them, that science is directly opposed to the idea of a creator.
Do you give them an A at least for trying to reconcile faith and reason?
I don't think they're reconcilable.
None of these things are true.
I have to agree with Ben Shapiro here. People of faith can be just as reasonable, just as scientific, just as analytical as someone who does not hold to a religion. This is the idea of methodological naturalism. The idea that you can have a compartmentalized, categorical belief in a deity, but then have a separate compartmentalized, categorical belief in science. The human brain can do both of these things. Compartmentalizing knowledge is a thing that we're able to do all the time. Plenty of people reconcile that. I hate that I'm agreeing with Ben here.
Let's begin with the idea that God is an unnecessary hypothesis. It's difficult to imagine an argument in which God is utterly unnecessary. That is because all human logic is rooted in certain basic assumptions about the nature of the world and about reason that are completely unmoored from the dictates of evolutionary biology.
No, pretty sure that the dictates of evolutionary biology are exactly why human logic is what it is. People who engaged in certain logical patterns necessarily had a higher proclivity for survival. Certain bits of pattern recognition had a higher chance of yielding more offspring because it was more likely for somebody to survive out in a savanna with lions and tigers and shit. Well, not tigers necessarily, but predators of varying types. Pattern recognition and logic that allowed you to identify which types of food were poisonous, which types of animals would kill you, which types of things you could eat, areas that it was safe to hunt and gather and sleep. Necessarily, evolutionary biology played a part in all of this because people who developed evolutionarily the ability to engage in that kind of pattern recognition are the ones who were more likely to survive going forward. Now, you might be thinking that I'm talking about a Lamarckian style of evolution where people got better and therefore ascended on the ladder, but that's not what I'm arguing for. What I'm arguing is that the ability to gain that pattern recognition, the genetic ability for it, because not all animals have it, is what allowed us to thrive. Now, whether every human being utilizes that thing that they are genetically predisposed to be able to do is entirely on them.
First, we make claims of objective truth, truth that exists independent of human minds. How does such truth exist? Based on the dictates of evolutionary biology, our ability to comprehend a truth should really be no more than our ability to think whatever is most evolutionarily beneficial for us and our genetic descendants.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what it is, Ben. Here's the thing. It is beneficial to us for survival to have the type 1 thinking, the pattern recognition that says that the bush rustling is probably an animal that's going to attack me. That necessarily will lead to you having more offspring because you'll survive longer to do it. But then when you start forming a society, there are certain types of type 2 thinking that start to spring up more. The ability to think about something further than that. Well, what else could that bush be? It's shaking. That might be a tiger. It might be a lion. It might be a gazelle I can hunt. Who knows? I have no way of knowing what possibly could be in that bush. What we find is that depending on the area that you're in, it may be more beneficial for you to have a proclivity for the type 1 thinking, the more reactionary survivalist instinct, but it also might be better for you to have the secondary thinking where you go, well, actually, that might just be a child in there, and chucking a spear into the middle of the bush might not be a good idea because I might just kill the neighbor's kid. Turns out, evolution literally dictates our ability to engage in these types of thinking because the brain is just as much a piece of the human body as anything else.
But we don't believe that we think 2 + 2 = 4 because it's evolutionarily beneficial. We believe 2 + 2 = 4 always and everywhere because it's true.
No, we don't believe it because it's true. We believe it because it works. Whether or not it's true, we have no way to actually prove. And I'm dead serious. Mathematics is a thing that, whether you believe we created it or discovered it or what have you, it is a thing that we operate with more than anything. We don't believe it because it's true. We believe it because it's useful and it works. Math allows us to build stronger structures, which increases our rate of survivability, especially in places where we are living alongside other people. It allows us to easier divvy out resources amongst people. Turns out that looking at a cluster of coconuts and trying to figure out where the coconut should be divvied up between the group is easier to do when you can accurately look at the amount of coconuts and say, that's 15 coconuts. I have 14 people. We have one to spare in case someone gets sick. Also, 2 plus 2 is almost a non-existent principle in different base forms of math, or different base forms of numbers. So, there's that.
And that bespeaks a truth beyond the merely material. Second, we make claims with regard to morality. But what is morality without a baseline assumption that human beings have inherent worth?
Yeah, that's called an axiom. Axioms are unprovable. That's fine. That's a component of axiomatic thought. That's if you knew anything about how philosophy works, Ben, and I know you do, because I know you have degrees in this shit, then you know that this is literally just the application of an axiom. That brute fact, that blunt belief, that base foundational value, that's an axiom. You can't prove your axioms, but you don't have to. That's what they're there for. BPVT, thank you very much for redeeming. And Arara, you fucking degen. I feel like I need to not be sober to comprehend Benny's bullshit. You know, axioms are just statements that are regarded as being established, accepted, or self-evidently true. They are not things that necessarily have to be proven. They are regarded as self-evident. So if we are in a society of humans and we accept that we have some level of sentience and sapience, then we would accept that human beings have some form of value, if not just to each other. That's an axiom. And there's nothing wrong with it not being provable. Nobody cares if an axiom is not provable, except for people who haven't engaged in philosophy long enough to know why the fuck it doesn't need to be.
Even utilitarian philosophies, the attempt to ignore moral right and wrong in favor of consequentialist outcomes, the greatest good for the greatest number, for example, has to assume something about what makes an outcome good or bad.
The needs of the many outweigh
the needs of the few.
You can't determine the greatest good for the greatest number without determining the greatest good. And that has moral premises that have...
Okay, if I have some cake and everybody at my party is hungry, and I can either eat the cake myself, or I can divvy out the cake to as many people as possible. This is pretty simple, Ben. This is very, very simple. See, here's the thing. What Ben's doing is he's trying to say that a consequentialist does not have the ability to measure the consequences of an action, but they can. A consequentialist does not need to believe that something is good or evil at the base value to analyze if something is good. Good or evil are measurement devices we apply to things after the fact, based on the amount of suffering that is either alleviated or given. If the group of people at this party is in need of cake still and they are suffering with hunger, then I have not alleviated those people. I have not alleviated their suffering. But if there are a handful of people who I have been able to alleviate the suffering of, then I've necessarily engaged in some amount of good by alleviating their suffering. Did I do it at the expense of the other people at the party? Not necessarily, because the cake was going to someone at some point. I didn't take the cake from some people to give to other people, so our measurement device is obviously that there was a net baseline of suffering, and we improved on it. These are all things we can math out without having a idea of what ultimate good and ultimate evil are. We can just look at results.
Have to be assumed. The belief in any moral oughts require us to believe unprovable truths that must descend from outside ourselves.
No. It's just axioms, Ben. It's just axioms. You can just make a statement axiomatically. That's how axioms work, Ben.
Third, we live as though we believe in choice, as though we are capable of making decisions in some way based on our own will. What in materialism would allow for such choice? How?
Brains, Ben. Brains. Brains. Brains allow for choice, Ben. Brains. Brains, Ben. Brains! It's just brains, Ben! That's all you need for the choice, Ben! A brain! What in materialism allows for choice? A brain! What?
How would such choice come about? If we're just balls of
by thinking
meat wandering around in space, how exactly do we make choices?
By thinking!
God is necessary for these thoughts.
No, he's not. Consciousness is demonstrably an emergent property of brain meat. Holy shit, Ben.
Or at least the possibility of God. Trash God altogether, and you can't explain why you would believe in objective truth or morality or even your own ability to choose.
Yes, you can, because okay, we're gonna have to do a thing here. What is objective truth? It is, or objective morality. Let's talk about that, because objective truth is all that is. That's not the word we use for it. It's not objective truth. There's epistemology. And then there's something else, and I can't remember what it's called. For some reason. Why can't I remember that? Ontology. That's what it is. Ontology. Anyways, I'm going to listen to Ben one more time. I'm sorry for the repeat, guys. I'm sick. My brain's not all the way here.
Do we make choices? God is necessary for these thoughts, or at least the possibility of God. Trash God altogether, and you can't explain why you would believe in objective truth or morality or even your own ability to choose.
Okay, so objective morality. If any of you have actually read the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy on morality, you know that there's a lot more than just objective and subjective morality. There's a bunch of different ones. There's error theory. There's anti-realism. There's a whole bunch of shit. But let's talk about objectivism, okay? What is objective morality? It is quite literally morality based off of an object. That sounds like it means nothing, but let's give an example right now. The Bible is an object. It is an object that has words in it that ascribe moral values to things. If somebody believes in objective morality and they believe in the Bible as their direction for objective morality, guess what? The Bible is the object. The things that the Bible describes as moral are necessarily that object. If somebody believes that God gives morality from on high, then their object is God. I could literally do my entire morality based off of the morality of Batman. No using guns, unless, of course, the entire world is in peril, in which case I will quit being Batman for a week until the writers say that I have to be a Batman again. I could do that. I could use Batman comics as a form of objective morality, because that's all objective morality cares about. It cares that there's an object you can point to. That sounds super simplistic, but that's what it is. I urge any of you who have not read up on this, please do so. Objective morality just means that there is a goalpost to point to. Believing in a god is can lead to a type of objective morality. Fun fact, divine command theory, the idea that God dictates all morals going down, is not actually true objectivity, though, because it's actually ethical subjectivism. Because it is contingent on the mind of the god, whereas the Bible itself would be a more hard-pressed objectivism because the Bible is an unchanging piece of literature, at least so we're told. The problem we run into is that most people don't take their morality from the Bible, they take their morality from different people's interpretations of the Bible, which is either better or worse depending on how many shekels you think you should sell a raped daughter for. It depends. But the fact of the matter is, when we are talking about objective versus subjective, these are not as simple as people like Ben would like to let us believe. Anyway, that's my rant. I'm tired. Let's continue. I'm also going to speed him up a little bit because I have a migraine, and Ben Shapiro at 1.5 speed is just Ben Shapiro naturally.
This, of course, Einstein hated because he said God doesn't play dice with the universe. Einstein was wrong. God does play dice.
There are those atheists who claim that logic ought to forbid God, that belief in God is not merely unevidenced, but actually irrational.
I was suggesting that somebody has
I disagree with that one. I believe you can have a rational belief in God. I just don't believe that most God belief is rational.
Intelligent as Jesus would have been an atheist if he had known what we know today.
In the words of Adam Gopnik, writing for The New Yorker, those who are atheists have, quote, a monopoly on legitimate forms of knowledge about the natural world. But that isn't true. As it turns out, there are a bevy of logically consistent arguments offered on behalf of God. Take, for example, the first cause proof advanced by Aristotle as refined by Thomas Aquinas. Edward Feser lays out the argument in his book, 5 Proofs of the Existence of God. The argument...
Oh, dear God. Aquinas' 5 ways? Let's listen to the first cause thing, because it's just going to be, like... There needed to be a starting point for everything, and that starting point was God, right? That's going to be it?
It goes something like this. First, change exists in the world, but all change is the actualization of a potential for that change. So if something is changing, it's because there was a potential for that change in the thing. No potential can be actualized unless something already actual actualizes it. So that means that all change is caused by something already actual. This means either there is an infinite regress of actualizers, or there is a purely actual actualizer. This is sort of like the old joke about the philosopher and the turtle. The philosopher is asked, what supports the earth? And he says, a turtle. And somebody says, well, what supports the turtle? And he says, another turtle. So what about that one? He says, it's turtles all the way down. The infinite regress argument is just not convincing. There has to be something underlying the final turtle.
Wait. The infinite regress argument is just not convincing? The only thing not convincing about infinite regress is that we as people cannot conceptualize it. But here's the thing. Fun fact. Anybody that tries to argue that an infinite regress doesn't make any sense, but they are arguing on behalf of a Abrahamic God, they're saying that an infinite regress makes no sense, but infinite progress does. The clock is allowed to continue ticking forward forever, but the clock was never allowed to tick from antiquity on to now ad infinitum. This only makes sense if you are limiting your idea of what the universe can be to what you've already been able to demonstrate in the now. We can demonstrate that for a clock to start ticking, we need to actually start it up. We need to wind it up. We need to put batteries in it. We need to actualize it. But here's the thing. Your inability to comprehend an infinite regress is not a good argument against an infinite regress. Elsewise, an atheist's inability to comprehend your God would be an equally good argument against your God. The logic must be consistent both ways, on either end of the time spectrum. If you're to argue that an infinite deity can exist going forward, then you need to be willing to accept that I can argue that infinite time can be a thing going backwards. Yeah, argument from incredulity is a fallacy. It does nothing.
There has to be one prime cause. That cause can't have any potential, because if it had potential, something else could activate it into changing. So there's one unchanging cause that is purely actual. That is the thing that we call God, and it actualizes all of the other changes.
Okay, so here's the thing. This doesn't have to be God. This could be anything. If you hold to this argument, if you're willing to die on the hill of the self-actualizing actualizer, it doesn't have to be a sentient being. It doesn't have to be a person. It doesn't have to be a thing that thinks. It merely has to be a being made of motion, a being made of realized potential. Where that is all it is. Consider it, if you will, the Platonic ideal of realized potential. That's all it needs to be. To argue that it is a God, to me, it would be arrogance. To say it must be. I can't know that. You can't know that. The only difference between the two of us is I'm being honest.
There are several logically coherent arguments for God. That does not mean the arguments are dispositive, but the notion that it is illogical to believe in God is untrue.
Religion has
I have to agree with Ben on that one, but continue.
actually convinced people that there's an invisible man living in the sky.
George Carlin.
Now, atheists frequently suggest that science has killed God. But as we've seen, science itself requires certain presuppositions outside of science.
No, it uses methodological naturalism. It functions under the... Well, I guess... No, you're right. No. It presupposes naturalism. That's true, actually. Ben's right on that. I almost caught myself for bad.
As mathematician Kurt Gödel stated, any internally consistent system of mathematical axioms cannot be completely comprehensive. There must be assumptions made outside the system.
Yeah, again, this is called an axiom. This is just called an axiom. This is a presupposition about things. I can presuppose that human life has worth, and then I can base my moral values on that. That's a completely coherent thing.
Atheists claim that the evolutionary process relieved the need for God. After all, if God wasn't directing the process of the creation of human beings in the literalistic interpretation of the biblical creation story, who needed God? The problem, of course, is that evolution is an extraordinarily complex process that does not forestall the possibility of a directing hand. Stephen Meyer, an intelligent designer.
This one is also true. If I lived in a world where everybody was Christian, but they were progressive, not anti-LGBTQ, not authoritarian, not racist, believed in science, all they believed, as far as deities were concerned, was that a God existed, and it was probably Jehovah, and not necessarily the Jehovah written in the Bible, but just a variant of that, an all-loving, all-knowing deity, and that was where it ended. I'd be okay. I wouldn't care. I would have never made a channel. The problem is that there are more arguments added on top of that.
Design advocate points out that the transmission of information via cellular processes looks an awful lot like an intelligent creator transmitting information.
This hole looks an awful lot like it was made for me, the puddle. That's all I heard there.
Our experience of the world shows that what we recognize as information invariably reflects the prior activity of conscious and intelligent persons. What then should we make of the presence of information in living organisms?
Living organisms have brains.
The biggest scientific problem for atheists lies in the nature of the universe itself. The Big Bang is the theory that holds that the universe began with the explosion outward of a high-density pinpoint of matter, which sounds an awful lot like the creation story at the beginning of the Bible.
No, it doesn't. The creation story at the beginning of the Bible is that matter was created. The Big Bang is that the matter was always there. It just changed its shape. God is not described as somebody shaping the worlds into what they are. He's described as someone creating ad nihilo. It only resembles it insofar as any prophecy would resemble events after you've had to twist and contort it to the point where it resembles things that have actually happened. But also, can I just say, the Big Bang, the T = 0 event, being the beginning of our universe, is not necessarily the beginning of the cosmos. Campus the Ein, thank you very much for redeeming your points, friend. Nada, you fucking monster.
How does an entire universe full of energy simply appear out of nothing?
The original skepticism of the Big Bang Theory was driven in large measure by objections to that similarity. The very specific conditions under which our universe was created that allowed for the development of intelligent human life are often used by believers as proof of God's hand. The so-called fine-tuning of the universe for life is...
Fine-tuning is not a good argument, but let's see here. Atheists have no meaning. Check. Belief in evolution causes evil. Nope. Ad hominem. Bible says so. Haven't gotten there. Atheism caused the Holocaust. Haven't done that. Morality implies a moral lawgiver. We got that one. Circular reasoning. Haven't gotten there yet. Atheism is religion. Haven't gotten that one. Atheist angry at God. That was kind of given at the beginning. He said, like, you're valid in being angry at God, which is more than Ben Shapiro normally would. Argues against a straw man. We've had a couple of these. God of the Gaps argument. Not really. Non sequitur claim does not follow argument. I think we've gotten a couple of those, but I'm not 100% certain. Microevolution is different than macroevolution. We haven't gotten that one. Atheists are immoral. Nope. I read a book. Nope. You forgot the question Rabbi was answered. Nope. Answers a different question. Nope. You can't prove God doesn't exist. Kinda, sorta. Pascal's wager implies Christianity. We haven't gotten that one. What would Jesus have said? Haven't gotten that one. It's true because it would be bad if it weren't. Nope. That's an argument for consequentialism. Nature has a purpose, therefore God. Kind of, sort of, we had that. False dichotomy. I don't think we've had that. Anyways, let's go back to Shabibi. I hate this window and window.
Extraordinary. If, for example, the strength of the Big Bang had differed by 1 part in 10 to the 60th power, the universe just would not exist the way that it does right now.
If the deistic God thought all that through.
So I love this point. If the Big Bang had been different, the universe would have been different. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Who cares? Then the people in that universe would be having a different conversation, or the same conversation. If your mom and dad hadn't fucked on a particular day, then the slowest swimming sperm wouldn't have made it to the weakest egg and produced you. Nobody cares. If things had been different, the future would have been different. Yeah, congratulations. You figured out time travel. Who cares?
And set up the laws of physics, then he would have to be damn clever.
Atheists claim that just because you won the lottery doesn't mean that you won because somebody intended for you to win the lottery. Somebody had to win. But that doesn't answer the question. If you kept winning the lottery over and over and over and over again, billions of times, at some point, you might suppose that somebody was cheating.
Not necessarily. So here's the thing. Did we really win the lottery merely by being able to be alive? I don't think so. It's not really enough to just say, hey, you won the lottery a billion times, when you look at the world and go, well, hold on a second, then why am I suffering from sickness and disease right now? Why do I have to live in a world that has that? That doesn't make any sense to me. Did I really win the lottery a billion times? Like, it happens to be that when you say, I won the lottery a billions of times, but if you look at all of biology, somebody was going to win that lottery potentially, or they might not have. In either case, who cares? It doesn't mean anything to make an argument that it was unlikely that you would come about. You can raise that unlikeliness number ad infinitum, and it doesn't get us anywhere.
Then there's the question of human consciousness.
Why are we conscious? Right now, nobody knows the answers.
Scientists have presented many theories about it, but none...
Why are we conscious? Because it is better for our survival to be. It was better for our survival to be able to have consciousness, to be able to form societies. That is how consciousness works. Brains emerge consciousness of varying forms of sentience or sapience. This is very boring, but this is basically how brain meat function.
Has been sufficient to explain how consciousness arises out of the physical processes of the brain. Physicist Roger Penrose explains, quote, we need a major revolution in our understanding of the physical world in order to accommodate consciousness. Even Richard Dawkins admits that the development of consciousness is, quote, to me, the most profound mystery facing modern biology.
Okay. So they're being honest. The difference between someone like Dawkins, who I'm not a big fan of, and you, who I'm not a big fan of, is he's being honest. He's saying, we don't know yet. We're working on it. And you're saying, I figured it out. It had to be God. Specifically, it had to be my particular brand and candy flavor of God.
Atheists often object to God on the grounds that if God is all good, bad things should not happen to good people.
Why should I respect a capricious, mean-minded, stupid God who creates a world which is so full of injustice and pain?
They treat this argument as somehow dispositive. But of course, the question of theodicy has been treated by a variety of major religious thinkers over the course of millennia. Suffice it to say that the question of God's motivation is certainly not strong enough to dismiss God himself, any more than a child can pretend its parents don't exist, because sometimes its parents don't stop bad things from happening.
So, the argument then is not against a God. The argument is against an all-good God. The argument is, if your God is all good, and we have a universe that necessitates evil happen, your God can't be all good. You're not disproving the idea of God. You're disproving the idea of an all-good God. That's it. That's where it begins. That's where it ends. How's it going, Pink Waffles? How's it going? Where am I? Good question. You're on the weird side of the internet. Welcome. But no, I don't find that to be very convincing, Ben. If one person says, my dad looks like this, and you go, okay, then where is your dad that looks like this? Eventually, we would start asking the question, well, hold on, is this dad even real? Said, hi, did you hear about the Chilean Progressive Constitution being rejected? I have not. I did not. Thank you for the follow, Pink Waffles. If I tell you that a thing exists, and I can't demonstrate the thing, and there's logical evidence that the thing does not exist in the way that I said it did, you might not be able to say that, say, I don't have a dad, but you might be able to say that the dad as I describe him does not exist. That's what most atheists are doing here. They don't believe in a god in general, but they very specifically don't believe in your version of a deity.
Atheists commonly turn to the sins of believers to explain why they oppose belief in God. This is a key point from people like Sam Harris or Richard Dawkins. If religion is good, why are religious believers often so bad?
And that's why religion is evil, because it can make you do evil things, believing that they are good.
Of course, one could ask this about any philosophy.
I have to agree with Ben here. Like I said earlier, any ideology can turn somebody bad. Any ideology can turn somebody evil. It just so happens that the majority of people in the world are religious, so the majority of our sample size when it comes to evil is going to be religious.
People are in fact sinful and wicked and have the capacity for good. The question is whether there is a philosophical connection between the religion and what its purported believers do. And more deeply, how are we supposed to judge whether the religion is promoting something morally good or evil without another frame of moral reference? And herein lies the deepest problem of atheism. It cannot establish a moral framework. There is no way to bridge the gap between what is and what ought to be.
It doesn't need to, though. Again, there are different forms of morality. Some are objective, some are subjective, some are anti-realistic, some are error theorist. It doesn't matter. Your incredulity at an atheist's ability to create a moral structure that is coherent is not a good argument against the ability for an atheist to create a moral structure. It doesn't mean jack.
Atheists can make suggestions, of course. They can express opinions on the matter. They can act morally and decently by the metrics of their society. But atheism itself can make no self-sustaining moral claims on human beings.
No, they can't, but that's what axioms are for. We don't have to make self-sustaining claims, Ben. We just have to have axioms. Does human life have value? Cool. Should we... If human life has value, then it follows that we should increase the amount of human life because it has more value. And we should make sure that humans who exist in the world are able to have a better time with their life that they have. That human life has value, so we should give that human life a certain quality to it. We should increase the amount of humans in the world and increase the quality of life. That's where we sit. Anything that preserves human life and increases the quality of said human life, those flow from the axiom that humans have value. That's as far as that has to go. We could take a shit ton. We could take a shit ton of moral propositions from that stance. Said, what is value? It doesn't matter. It can be value to another person. It can be anything. That human life can have different value to different people. It can have different value within different systems. That's not the conversation. The conversation is, does it have value at all of any kind by any opinion? If so, then everything else follows. We can disagree on the particular value of it, be it monetarily, be it circumstantially, be it legally. We can do all of that. But as long as we agree that it has value, we can have conversations from that point on. The specifics on the amount, I believe, are largely unquantifiable, but that's also not a problem for me. I just care that human life has value. Someone else's human life may have less value to me than their mother or their sister. None of that matters. All that matters is that we can agree at a baseline that a value can be construed from that life existing.
God is not an unnecessary hypothesis, and the replacement of God in the human heart with gods of other sorts, from the state to the search for subjective authenticity, ends in the worst predations imaginable.
We can kind of agree with that. Kind of, sort of.
I hope you enjoyed that episode of Debunked. If you become a member today, you can stay up to speed on new episodes, view the entire first season available right now. Plus, you can see all this stuff. And let me tell you, the video is way better than just the audio. Go to dailywire.com/
I don't think we're going to get much more from the video than we do from the audio. So let's talk about that last point. That idea that when people replace God with other things that serve a similar purpose, that we run into the same issues. This is the problem we have when we remove somebody from religion, but we don't do anything to fix their ideology, right? So let's say, and this is one of the reasons I disagree with Vosh on his stance on anti-theism. You can't just remove the religion from a bunch of people and suddenly everything gets better. It doesn't. It doesn't magically get better when you just remove the religion. Because all of the same base assumptions, all the same base functions where people are concerned are the same. Everything is identical still. If you take somebody who is a racist, and they're a racist because they believe that their Bible condones racism, let's say that they believe in, specifically what the Mormons used to believe in, where it's okay to be racist because the mark of Cain was given to black people. That was the argument that was given ages ago. That's why they weren't accepted into the church for the longest time. And then even when they were accepted into the church, they weren't allowed to be in any form of leadership. If you take that person and just strip Mormonism from them, all of the habits, like all the racist habits they had, they're still there. They might not have a good reason to substantiate why they're a racist, but guess what? Most racists don't have a reason to substantiate their racism. It just is a thing that needs to be handled separately. That's why I found that it's more important to talk about the individual moral quandaries with people than their religion. there are assholes like Atheism is Unstoppable, who have proven, beyond a shadow of a doubt, you can be an atheist and an absolute fustercluck of a terrible human being. Removing religion can be a component of changing somebody's life for the better, but I don't think it's the be-all, end-all. I don't. And I've seen plenty of people who have been religious and have been good because of their religiosity, that I wouldn't say that that's necessarily the goal. The goal is to work with the ideology, change the ideology itself. You do a lot more good when you convince the Mormons to stop being racist per their religion than you do by just deconverting a handful of Mormons. But that's my take there. And maybe I'm wrong. I would say that there's probably more to that conversation that I'm not thinking of. But still. So, but they've been racist in the first place, so they hadn't been indoctrinated into Mormonism in the first place? Not necessarily an important part of the conversation. I say that because we're less concerned with the thing that causes it and more concerned with how to fix it. Mormonism being the thing that got you to believe in something that is racist just informs us as to what we need to change. If we can't get somebody to stop believing in a god, which we can't do, we don't have the ability to do that. You don't have the ability to change somebody's belief in a deity. What can we do to remove the racial component to their thinking? Well, you can try to knock it out of the dogma, and dogma then becomes the conversation. You focus on the dogma, you focus on the literature. The actual belief in the deity, even the proclivity for religiosity, didn't inform it as much as the dogma that existed within that. Like, we can't get, I'm gonna go about it. See you, Pandora Squill. Like, we can't create a world where religiosity doesn't exist anymore. I don't think that's possible. So it's better for us to focus on ways to improve the world we have through plurality. I don't care if everybody around me magically stops being religious. That's not going to fundamentally change the world in the ways I need. It's going to change the different books that people hide behind for their anti-LGBTQ beliefs or their racism, but it's not going to change them from being anti-LGBTQ or racist. It's just going to change the tactic that we have to use going forward. And maybe there's an argument to be made for it being easier or harder with or without that component. But as I don't have an objective way to measure that, then I'm not going to engage in that what if. So, but I could be wrong. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section below. I'm sure there are people with more anti-theist proclivities in my audience that would disagree with me, and I'm sure there's people who are much more religious than others that I know who would disagree with me for other reasons. And maybe there's some people who will go, no, this makes sense. Either way, I'd like to know your thoughts in the comment section below. I'm not here to be your soundboard. I'm not here to be your echo chamber. I'm not here for you to agree with. I'm here to present my opinion, whatever that may be. As always, everybody, let me know what you think in the comment section below. If you haven't subscribed already, consider doing so over on YouTube, and insert in the video tagline here. Okay! Now that that recording is done... Woo. Woo, woo, woo. Which means we need to get to editing. Hip hip hooray, everybody. It's my favorite. So I know we need to get the Ben Shapiro video out first, and the Chris Rufo video out first. So What was this one? Nope, I'm hitting record. There's no fan art. There's nothing. So, Ben Shapiro. Okay, this is the Ben Shapiro one. Ben Shapiro. So this is MTG. This is Sanic tier list. This is Peterson Rufo. I don't know what this one is. When will the video be up? Probably tomorrow. Alrighty. Oh no, that's Peterson Rufo. And what's the other Peterson Rufo? What's this one? Oh, okay. Channel strike update. Okay. Ben Shapiro. Let's go! Are you going to include the Dumpy in a vid, or is it too risque for YouTube? Dumpy's going to go in a vid, don't worry. So, Ben Shapiro has made a video called the Atheist Delusion. Hero, and we'll run with that. Let's get that there. Sakura Nan Defender, thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream? Oh, that's a... I just noticed the name there. Interesting. Interesting. So you started a stream, had 10 viewers, rated me, so that you could call me a Jew lover? You abused Lanny for Xanderhall? When did I ever? But first, as always, the fan art section. Let me know how I did that. That'd be interesting. Your anti-Semitism is noted, but I'd like to know how. I'd like to know how. It took me a second to clue into the name. But now that we're here, we can work on equal footing, right? I hope so. First one here is from Mathematical Cabbage. Is that a slur? Yes. It's a slur for a Jewish person. Do. Lenny are in the same Wignat meth gang. Okay, cool. Have fun with that. I don't tell you who your friends are, nor do I care. Who gives a shit? Yeah, this one's not funny. Still gonna play around with them for a little bit, though. I miss Weeby too. Oh, Sakuranan is the other... Okay. I see. So your name is about Kira Sakura? Or another person? Interesting. Let's take a look at your message history. Let's pop that out there. I'll send this one over to Cherry. Did it say that they were raiding with a party of 10? Party of 9? Who else was watching a stream that doesn't exist? Do you think they sound like an incel? Their alt's interesting. But you know what they say about friends? If you're a terrible human being and you can't make any, then literally make them. Oh my god, there's so many fucking bows and arrows. But if you're playing Facebook games, do you need someone to send you stuff? Alright, you do you. I'm not gonna stop you. Oh, I like this. Do. God. There's why is everything on fire? Fire. Nope. Nope, I'm bad. Ryoko, thank you for the Prime subscription. My fucking nose is on fire. See you, 38. As soon as I'm done with these 2 videos being edited, I'm probably going to call it quits a little earlier than I would normally. Just because I'm sick as fuck. And I would like the sick to go away. Oh, hello. I have to go get tilted at the towers. Basha, why have you drunk 10 Red Bulls? It's not fine. That's not healthy. Ugh, God. Ugh. Ugh. Nope, they got me. Exporting error? Really? God fucking damn it. I have to export it again? I just want to sleep. I just want to sleep. Ah. I just want to go to bed. The export says no sleep for you. Alright, know what? You know what? No, I'm not going to make you guys sit through this. I'm not going to make you guys sit through this. That's not fair to you guys. Me being sick isn't your problem. So! I'm going to send you all elsewhere. I'm going to send you all away. Make sure to get a good sleep. Potentially. So here's the thing. We could go to Pappy, but Pappy's got a lot of viewers right now. I love Pappy to death. We are going to instead yeet to a small channel today. Hopefully that is okay with everybody. Small Lemia VTuber is trying to play Cult of the Lamb. That is where we're going to be going. Ugh.